college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A lot of stuff breaking here before we do Four Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires. The AHSAA, the governing body of high school athletics in Alabama, the Central Board, denies the appeal of the Hoover baseball coach Adam Mosley.
That was the betting favorite, by the way.
Who coached Team USA, and one of his players was on Team USA, not AAU travel ball, not club baseball, no real competitive advantage. One player, one coach, same team, violating a rule that's put in there about AAU and travel ball. So they're equating playing for Team USA and representing your country to AAU ball or travel ball. Nick's prison team can roll out and play whatever, but we're not going to represent Team USA here. They're denying him. So the player, instead of him having to sit out, the coach is going to sit out. Admirable there. Mistake by AHSAA, whatever they are. Kendall Briles is going to TCU. He's leaving Arkansas. And A.D. Mitchell is leaving Georgia. Mike Griffin says the coaches and his teammates were expecting this move.
38 catches, 660 yards for him in his 2 years at Georgia. He was hurt most of this year. But I'll say this, 38 catches, 7 touchdowns. That's not a bad ratio.
No, not bad at all. Four Downs brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Tell us about Vulcan Tires.
Well, it's bumper to bumper. I've trusted my family's cars with them. You can as well. 5 great locations. You can see more. VulcanTireandAuto.com. That is VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More starts anywhere next year. Walker Howard, new Ole Miss signee from LSU, or Jackson Dart?
I will go Jackson Dart. I'm going to bet on Spencer Sanders actually coming in and getting the Ole Miss starts, and Howard waiting one more year, and Dart will start somewhere else. Now, I don't know where else he can go is the problem with this.
I'll go Jackson Dart too, but I don't know why. I'll take Jackson Dart.
Second down.
Jaden Rashada as he leaves Florida. Another SEC school or not?
I will say not. I think Ole Miss was the other one in on him. It looks like they are focusing elsewhere. And I just think a lot of conference schools will look at this, and as much as they would love to get a guy that Florida wanted that badly, they'll also look at the situation that happened to Florida and be fearful it will happen to them as well. So I'm going to say elsewhere.
And with Jay Garcia leaving, you wonder if Rashada does end up back committed to Miami.
Third down.
Of all the quarterbacks playing this weekend in the NFL, which one throws the most interceptions?
You're baiting me in to say Trevor Lawrence or Josh Allen, because Lawrence threw a ton of them. Allen threw 2 bad ones Sunday.
I could be, getting you to say Daniel Jones or Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I'm going to go Brock Purdy. I'm going to say Dan Quinn coaches them up. Now, they are, to Furman's point, they're going to run the ball a ton. I'll go Brock Purdy.
All right.
Fourth down.
Which quarterback this weekend has the most passing touchdowns? You can't run them in. You got to throw them in.
Danny Dimes. Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones, really?
Off the board right there. You didn't expect me to say that one, did you?
No. Even throwing, I'm going to say it's Patrick Mahomes.
I'll go Daniel Jones.
I like them beating Jacksonville by a lot. That's Four Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
5 great locations, bumper to bumper, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
It's a jam-packed show when we end up doing Four Downs in the final segment. New live show starts on Thursday at 9 a.m. Central Time. We appreciate Charles Barkley being with us. A couple of takeaways from them. He thinks Alabama has the best basketball team in America. You'll see that all over our social media platforms throughout the rest of the day. I'll bet on it. Todd Furman and Neil McCready as well. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go now, live on a Thursday. He's back. He's back again. LT's back. We'll talk about his time away and maybe some things he may have missed in sports. We'll get some of his opinions coming up in just a little bit. Ryan Brown, Jim Dunaway. There's Tyler in for Rockstar today. Rockstar's back out on tour today through the weekend. He'll be back with us on Monday. Forrester Lunsford and Taylor Korn, everything social media out there at Next Round Live. At Next Round Live, like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up. A lot to get to. We've got a lot of NFL football to talk about as we close in on their final 8 games coming up a little bit later on. And we've got a lot of college football to get to. But let's start with basketball because Auburn got a big road win last night. I don't know about you guys. When Auburn lost at Georgia, I thought to myself, what's going to happen with this team? They've won 4 straight now, and Bruce Pearl and Auburn seem to have found an identity.
Yeah, look, I would agree. And, you know, they had been getting off to those slow starts in SEC play. And it was 11-5 before that first TV timeout last night. Auburn never trailed in this game. It got a little close there in the second half. LSU goes on that 12-2 run to cut it to a basket. But then big threes down the stretch. Auburn pulls away. They end up winning the game easily by 18.
Yeah, maybe, again, I'm making too big a deal out of this, but I hear so many people say it about Wendell Green. 14 points, 4 assists, 2 steals, 0 turnovers. Yeah. That's the type of game you're going to need for Wendell Green. 3 of 3 from the stripe.
And when it got close, Auburn went on that 15-2 run. And to me, the best player on the floor during that 15-2 run was Wendell Green.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're realizing that as good as Broome is, and he's probably the best player on the team,
Jalen Williams is starting to make a case with Wendell Green, those 3.
Now, Broome had 4 last night.
And I think Flanagan is playing really well,
and
too.
I was getting to that. I think
and now we found the success here. What's happening?
I don't think they've got an alpha. You guys, they don't have a Brandon Miller, obviously. Like Jabari last year was obviously.
But I think you kind of got to. I mean, I think you got to have a guy, right, that is the guy you look to when crap's going bad, the guy that can settle everybody down. He may not have to be your best player.
Yeah.
Right.
But he's got to be, he's got to be a guy that's like, okay, we got this. And it's just like in football, when it's your quarterback, it is so beneficial. If it's not your quarterback in football, you probably got some problems. When your point guard can be that guy in basketball, it's gonna take you a long way.
Okay, now a lot was made of what Charles Barkley said on our show yesterday. That Alabama is the best team in the country, in his opinion. And we've heard from, in our social media feeds from everybody, Purdue fans, Kansas fans, Gonzaga, everybody was chiming in. But when you're talking about Auburn and their win streak right now, winning 4 in a row, and eventually 2 games with Alabama coming up, it just looks different. So I think it just looks different than what Auburn looked like last year or what Auburn looked like, when they went to the Final Four. It's not as fluid of a style of play. Doesn't mean you can't win a bunch of basketball games. In fact, they were talking about Tom Hart and Jimmy Dykes, they do a wonderful job in their broadcast. They were talking about when you get to the NCAA tournament, possessions become a premium. And Auburn's defense is the kind of defense that Chris Beard back at Texas Tech rode to a Final Four. It's not always a fun style of basketball to watch. At times it looks like they're pushing a rock up the hill, but it is a successful winning style of basketball.
Well, it's how Butler and Wichita State, I hate to use group 5s or mid-majors, but those are how they won a lot of games. And you go back on this 4-game win streak, it started with holding Arkansas to 59 points, and then it was 73 against Ole Miss, 63 against Mississippi State, and then 49. I mean, anytime you can hold an opponent to under 50 points in a game, I mean, that's
pretty good.
insane.
Yeah, no. So sometimes you get Florida, who scored 12 points in the first half last time.
Yeah.
But even they got over 50, right, in the final.
They did. Yeah. But for this Auburn team, here's Bruce Pearl after the game. A good road win. Any road win is good. We can debate on how good LSU is. Alabama drilled them, and then they come in, and Auburn gets the win in Baton Rouge. But it was in Baton Rouge, and Auburn gets another victory.
Good road win. Great balance. LSU, their back was against the wall a little bit tonight, and we knew that really needed that. We established ourselves pretty well, played pretty well early, led for most of the game. Wendell Green showed special. Jalen Williams built on what he had been doing. Al Flanagan with 7 defensive rebounds. We didn't turn it over. I thought Zeb and KD continue to play really well. How about Leor Berman? Being able to come off the bench and belong and just act like he belongs out there. He makes us a better team. He did last year. He's doing it again this year. So a really good team victory.
4 of 20 from three-point land for LSU last night. You go with the 0 of 18 from Mississippi State. So last 2 games, my buddy Johnny Orr sent that to me. He goes, I don't know if it's our defense. We just lucked into a couple of cold shooting opponents, but last 2 opponents, 4 of 38 from three-point land.
That's going to lose a lot of games right there.
Yeah, that's Brick City, my friend.
He brings up Leor Berman, and he did look like he felt like he was in the mix last night. 17 minutes, had the 8 points, made a couple of big shots.
Kid out of Mountain Brook doesn't get a lot of play time there for Auburn, but he got big minutes last night, and Bruce Pearl called him out. But Bruce,
you guys may know this before you move off Berman. My Auburn friends I play golf with, including Johnny Orr, who I just talked about, tells me he won dunk contest at Mountain Brook, that everywhere they went, like if they were at some national tournament, they would have these dunk competitions, that he has unbelievable hops and is one of the best dunkers you would ever see.
Now, I think I remember he played with Trendon Watford,
right?
So that it's going to be difficult for me to believe, but I'll take their word for it. I did not see any of the contest.
I'm going book by cover, but
okay,
as am I.
We heard that with Rex Chapman coming out of high school, and we saw it with Rex. I haven't seen it yet from Berman.
Yeah, I could be wrong on my timeline. What's weird about that is I did a lot of TV games back then when I was doing high school basketball TV in Birmingham, and we did a ton of Mountain Brook because they were really, really good back when Trendon Watford was there. I don't remember that out of him.
Yeah.
And I could have my timeline wrong. Maybe they didn't play together, but I think they did.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying he does it in games.
No.
But in like All-Star Weekend in the NBA, the dunk competitions, that apparently he has an unbelievable between the legs rocking dunk that he does that just wows the judges. Throws up the, what would it be, 10 or 5s, whatever, the best, the 10 cards there. I'm sorry, I got you off of what you were going to say.
I don't even remember what I was going to say.
While we were on Berman, I wanted to bring up, he looked like he fit in last night, and I'm waiting to see one of these dunks.
I'm glad you brought that up because now I am too. Yes, I would like to see him in the open court. No, I was going to say the 10 turnovers. Bruce Pearl mentioned turnovers, and we've talked about that with Alabama too, and it's true of any team. You're going to be better when you don't turn it over. To go on the road against LSU and only turn it over 10 times, that's going to win you a lot of basketball games, too, for Auburn.
100%. Okay, more basketball coming up, but Auburn gets the win. They go to South Carolina, debating on who the worst team in the league is. Is it Ole Miss? Is it South Carolina? South Carolina does have that weird win at Rupp Arena, but they do look like the worst team in the league, so it should be another dub for Auburn. And I can't wait until we see the contrasting styles. We'll get it twice in the regular season. Alabama at Auburn pretty soon, then Auburn at Alabama to end the regular season. That's going to be, mini shooters, high-powered shoot-the-three offense against a great defensive team. It'll be something got to give when those two play each other twice this year.
Yeah, and it's we don't get that first matchup until February 11th.
Yeah, and then again on March 1, I think.
But back to last night's game, LSU has lost 5 straight.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these teams, it seemed like Mississippi State, LSU, Kentucky early were going to be in.
You weren't here for this Monday. I made the point that I don't know, outside of I'm willing to accept Alabama's really, really good, right? To quote Charles Barkley. I'm willing to accept Tennessee's really good. I think Auburn is better than everybody thought they were going to be. I don't want to point out your preseason, but it's in danger right now.
Yeah, 11-7 is what I said.
Yeah, that's in danger.
I think
tough finish.
I think I had last night being a loss.
Okay.
Because when I made this prediction, I thought LSU was something else.
But I think Auburn's a little better than everybody thought. I think Auburn's a pretty good team. I guess Texas A&M is. I mean, they continue to win games. I don't really know. I guess they're good.
I think Auburn's good.
You think Alabama's really good, Tennessee's really good, Auburn's good, and then after that. But my point, Lance, to your point, I really don't know after that. You tell me who's good after that. Tell me who's good.
I still think
SEC.
Arkansas is good.
I think Arkansas is good. They're not complete.
They're 1-5.
Oh, I know.
I mean, at some point,
Yeah,
you are what your record says you are.
You are what?
Well, and like
exactly.
Kentucky, I can't figure out. Was so bad in the first half
I
against
know.
Georgia, so good in the second half. And you heard Jimmy Dykes last night saying, you know, if it's not Zach Edey from Purdue, it's Oscar Tshiebwe as your player of the year.
And it's not Oscar
come on, Jimmy.
Tshiebwe.
Yeah,
Come on.
Brandon Miller's so much better.
That is so
much better.
That is so 2022.
I mean, we saw it when it was head-to-head, and that's what blew me away. And the fact that Tshiebwe's numbers are actually down. I know he was the National Player of the Year last year. His numbers are down from last year to this year, and Brandon Miller is playing like a National Player of the Year.
Those numbers are now skewed because he went 37 and 24 the other night against Georgia, so that has skewed Tshiebwe's numbers tremendously.
But they're still not as good as they were.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and again, Auburn gets South Carolina next on the road in Columbia. You got to think that's a win.
Yeah.
South Carolina lost to Ole Miss the other night. They're the worst team in the conference, I guess, at 1-4.
Then they should beat A&M at home.
Well, I say that. I mean, I think they should because I'm with you. I just don't think A&M's as good as their record indicates.
I mean, all due respect to Buzz Peterson, you prove me wrong later on. He's the guy who last year had to, was really upset that his team got left out. If they keep winning, they're not going to have to worry about being on the bubble at all. But can they keep winning? I just believe
48 in the KenPom right now.
Yeah,
you put a lot of value in that.
I just believe they're not as good as their record because there is a dividing line in the SEC and rough them over there. Hell of a murderer's row for Auburn right now. They've been playing. Well, it'll all equal itself out. Eventually, the schedules look a lot alike.
But I think they start 8-1 in the SEC.
Auburn, yeah, and then it gets really tough.
Really difficult,
really tough at the end.
I mean, I know he's saying that murderer's row for Auburn. I'm not sure Alabama's played a good conference team yet. And they're blowing their doors off. They're beating teams the way you're supposed to beat bad teams, but I don't think Alabama's played a good conference team yet.
Well, I mean, both teams have played Arkansas, and we just expected Arkansas to be what we thought they were going to be.
Again, 1-5.
They're not. They're still in the top 25. They will slip out on Monday.
They will.
And Kentucky's Kentucky. Alabama's played them, but they're not the Kentucky.
No, they're
we're used to
3-3.
having.
Both have played State and Ole Miss. I don't think either one of them are any good.
That's right.
So, and then Alabama's played Vanderbilt. Auburn's both have played LSU. LSU is what it is. So I think Alabama and Auburn's schedules are a lot alike. Alabama's undefeated in theirs. Auburn's one loss in theirs.
Yeah, but if you're a third way through the conference schedule and you're winning, and you're undefeated and winning by an average of 22 points per game, I don't care who you play.
Buzz Williams, I said Peterson. That was one of the bad Tennessee coaches for a while, wasn't it?
It was.
Michael Jordan's roommate.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan's roommate.
Somebody's best
Heard that a
known for
lot.
us.
Hey, our friends at Wayne's want to remind you they've got their 50 for 50 offer right now. How about this? We were celebrating 13 years of us yesterday. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year in business, and in their way of helping everyone basically them say thank you to all of you. They want to offer all their loyal customers in the community they serve $50 off. $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito services. $50 off. This offer is good for existing customers as they add services or new customers. So it's good for existing customers or new customers. You get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito services as you add those. And they're also stackable. So if you sign up for pest and lawn, you get $50 off each. That's $100 total. Or 3 services for $150 off. Get them all, and that's $200 off. This offer is only good, though, through February the 28th. The promo code to use to get all this, though, is our promo code, TNR. To get those discounts, saving $50, $100, $150, you have to use the promo code TNR with our friends at Wayne's. Wayne's celebrating 50 years of service by saying thank you from our friends at Wayne's right there. All right, one big topic before we talk to Josh Pate and get into college football. I'll need cut number 7, Tyler, for this. I'm okay with this. Now, we live in a country with free speech, right? I mean, free speech, I'm all for free speech. But sometimes it comes with consequences, right? Your free speech sometimes, if it crosses the line, can have consequences. The Casino Control Commission in the state of Ohio is considering now, if you go after college athletes, because gambling is legal in Ohio now, if you go after college athletes with abusive and threatening language on social media, you are subject to possibly being banned from gambling anymore at any of their casinos and their online gaming. That you could reach a point where basically you get suspended, a lifetime suspension.
For like yelling at the TV?
No. This is where you're targeting them on social media for being abusive towards players. You know, say
so they would have got me with Mark Stoops.
Yeah. Well, he's not a player; he's a coach.
Yeah, maybe a few others.
But for instance, if you're a basketball player at Dayton and you're about to hear from Anthony Grant, and you had Dayton giving up points, and they miss a big shot at the end, and you blast this guy on social media, it could raise, if you maybe get warning, you could raise to a level where they just block you, and you can no longer gamble in the state of Ohio. Anthony Grant, after one of his players was targeted the other night by some fans online. Here's the former Alabama coach who's got Dayton pretty good again.
I have to say something because I think it's just necessary at this point. You know, these young men, we're asking them to sacrifice quite a bit for us to be able to do what we do and enjoy what we enjoy. So I'm just asking all the Flyer fans just to understand that we're dealing with 18, 21, 22-year-olds, right? And this is about them. And when we have people that make it about themselves and attack kids because of their own agenda, it sickens me. They have families. They don't deserve that. I ask you just to understand what you're dealing with young people. Right? Take a step back and reevaluate your priorities. And if you can't, we don't need you. We don't need you.
That's Anthony Grant there. So
I need the backstory.
Yeah, I do need the backstory because he got pretty emotional.
Yeah, he did. Well, I mean, one of his players, you know, had a bad game, and he was becoming, you know, people that at least the Ohio Casino Gaming Commission believes it was gambling related. So they were all in on bashing this kid on social media. And you see it happen like a kicker. Can you imagine if what happened to Mayer the other night with the Cowboys was a college kicker? Now he's a pro. He's getting paid in the pros, and I'm sure he was getting killed on social media.
I saw what happened with Will Reichard after he missed the kick against Tennessee.
Yeah, Will Reichard. For Alabama,
one of the best kickers Alabama's ever had.
And you saw it with Will Reichard. So
you got to toughen up a little bit though, because like if I said you've got one job to do and you miss an extra point that costs me a 10-team parlay, and I just copy the guy, they ought to strip your scholarship. That's the heat of the emotion. Why does that kid even care? Just let it go.
Well, I mean, it'll have to rise to a certain level. It's not going to be one derogatory tweet.
So I'll give you an
but if you're threatening to go kill the kid,
that's a different level.
That's a different level.
Well, I mean, there were some of those.
And by the way, these kids are getting paid now. So.
Well, that's so I see two sides of this. Number one, I think this casino's a private business, right? These are not state-run casinos.
I don't know anything about Ohio's
or whatever. I mean, they're regulated by the state, but they're not owned by the state.
These are the people that regulate them.
Okay. So, I mean, if they're privately owned, corporately owned, and just regulated by the state, I'm okay with this because I think, you know, if you've got certain rules that are behavior-based and you want to deny services to those that violate those rules, I think that should be in your right as a business.
Should be noted, this is not in a play yet. They're going to discuss it at their next meeting off of this case.
This is the equivalent of the old school Superior Grill. We don't allow people in tank tops, right? That was across the board. Doesn't matter if you're black, white, Asian, male, female, no tank tops are served. That's a behavioral rule, right? And I'm okay with that. They're a business. They can do that however they want.
Yeah, you can wear your tank tops anywhere you want.
That's
You
right.
can't just do it in my
I will
place.
say I never saw them enforce it on women.
Probably a good idea on their part.
Lance was actually in charge of it.
Yes. But the other side of that, too, and Lance touched on this, are these kids taking NIL money?
Okay, let's say they are.
All right, well, then they're professionals, and this kind of comes with the territory.
So it's open. Do you say anything you want,
no,
Jimmy?
that's not at all what I said, Jim.
Okay, but explain to me, and I've said from the beginning here, it has to rise to a certain level.
Yeah,
I'm not saying, come on, man, you can do better.
I need to know where that level is.
Yeah, but
death threats that should be turned over to law.
Death threats, I mean, if I make a death threat,
you should go hang yourself in your dorm room. You should go hang yourself in your dorm room.
I mean, I think that's awful to say. And the casino needs to decide whether they're going to enforce that or not. But I do think the casino needs to weigh, if these guys are being paid, there's certain things that come along with that, too.
And I'm going to say your best advice if you miss a field goal to win a game, probably stay away from social media.
I would 100% advise that. Yeah, I would not get on social media.
Yeah, I don't understand, though, how and I understand you don't have to read social media, but the world we live in. I mean, your kids do it. Everybody does it. We're all connected on the internet. I don't understand why holding people to a certain level of integrity and cutting off a service from them is too much to ask. If you rise to the level where you become a cancer on whether it's Twitter or Instagram or whatever, to where you're threatening a college kid, or hell, I don't care, even an NFL person, you're threatening their life or telling them to go, jump off the end of a tall building or something. I don't care if we, at that point say you can't gamble with us anymore.
I think there is a line, but again, when it gets to that line, it ought to be taken over by law enforcement.
Yeah, the problem is where you draw the line. Is my point, Jim. And when you draw a line somewhere, it starts to get dangerous. It really does. It starts to get dangerous when you start drawing lines on what people can and can't say, because there's always going to be that gray area that moves the line further and further back.
Did you guys see the video that went viral yesterday, the girl that was going off the plane?
Yeah.
Where she yelled back, "I hope you guys crash and die," and the pilot went after her? I wonder what happens there.
I don't know.
You think she's grounded for life?
I mean, I would have no problem. Was it Delta? I'd have no problem Delta saying, "Hey, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
You can fly anybody else. You're never flying Delta again."
Yeah.
That's their business.
Do you have a problem with that?
Their business.
No, not at all. If I'm on that plane and she yells that back in, I mean, that freaks me out.
But I don't think
she
she should be arrested for it.
But maybe somebody would say you need to toughen up a little bit, Lance. You missed a field goal.
I don't like flying. So.
Yeah. All right. Josh Pate's coming up. Our friend Dr. B has got LT back looking fantastic today. Glad you're healthy. We'll talk later about just glad how happy you are to be back. Yeah.
Look, when we get older, things start to fall apart. They start to fall out. It started to happen to me about a year ago, or over a year ago. I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the guy everyone said go see. Still doing the treatment on the couch. It's non-invasive. Dr. Beckenstein is the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training in genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, or online, t3hair.net.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech, 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round. We're about to talk to Josh Pate. How about UAB getting what is called one of the most important offensive analysts from Georgia? Eddie Gordon is now the offensive line coach for Trent Dilfer, who's putting together, I don't know if this is what you expected from Trent Dilfer, but he's putting together a really interesting staff down there at UAB, his first UAB coaching staff, and he's pulling what is being called by Georgia folks a really important analyst from the national champs to come be the O-line coach over there. Our friends at Hemphill want to remind you that Lance will send out a lock a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor on Twitter, a free play there. And Adam and Chad have been giving you a lot of wonderful service under the name Hemphill Services for years when it comes to fixing something, fixing it right, fixing it the first time, and fixing it at a fair price. That's what Hemphill does with your plumbing, your cooling, and your heating. The name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Josh Pate is Late Kick Josh on Twitter. You see him do that at 24/7 Sports. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Josh Pate? How are you?
I am good. I hear you talking about analysts moving around. Now, yeah, the Georgia folks are right. That's a big name, but it gets a lot bigger because the NCAA just did away with the rule about how many on-field analysts you can, and I'm going to air quote this hard, legally have on your practice field. So what those guys used to have to hide behind a closed to the media wall to do, now they can just do out in the open. So, yeah, man, losing analysts is like a big deal all of a sudden.
You know, I know this is going to sound weird because TCU just played for the national championship, but Art Briles leaving Arkansas to go to TCU seems like a lateral move at best.
Unless there's stuff going on internally we don't know about, which is about the only thing I can come to the conclusion of. I'm not talking about like NCAA or anything like that, but if you add the Kendall Briles move into the overall ball of what's happened there over the last few months, the season went off the rails. You could explain that away due to injury or just random bounces of the ball. But there was a little bit of a red flag that got sent up when Sam Pittman did away with nutrition, strength and conditioning, a lot of the internal pieces there that maybe don't make front page headlines. And then Barry Odom, understandably so, he goes and takes a head coaching job. Okay. But then you lose Kendall Briles. And what you just said, if someone just comes along and they drive by and they see that move, you say, what you just said, oh, that's a lateral move. When you look at what else has gone on there, and they've lost a bunch of guys to the portal as well, it's such a different energy than existed with Arkansas just 9 or 10 months ago. So it shows how fickle it is. It shows how fine the line is between great culture, everything's going in the right direction, and all of a sudden we're sitting here in January saying, does anyone know what's going on at Arkansas? It happens that fast.
Yeah, it does. But, you know, I'm Kendall Briles doesn't know who I am. But if he'd asked Jim for advice, I would say don't take any other job. Don't take that job, because there is no way, zero chance next year is going to be as good as this year. And guess who they're going to blame? You, Kendall Briles. It's a horrible move by him, in my opinion.
I think it's a terrible point by you to just assume he doesn't know who you are, though, Dunaway.
I know.
You're on the internet, man.
But still,
you're everywhere.
Yes, yeah. But I think it's a bad move because, like, for instance, Garrett Riley leaves TCU. He'll be loved at TCU forever, like Auburn fans loved Gus Malzahn when he left after the national championship. He goes to Clemson. There is so much upside at Clemson. Garrett Riley's star is going to keep shooting. Kendall Briles is going to go in there with no Max Duggan. You got to admit, I like Garrett Riley to Clemson. What do you think about Garrett Riley at Clemson?
Oh, it was massive. When Dabo Swinney got to the end of the road in the 2022 season, he had this little semi-contentious back and forth with reporters up there. And it was, I can't remember what sparked it. Sometimes Dabo just wakes up and that's what sparks a contentious exchange. But I think it was something along the lines of they were headed into the Orange Bowl and someone made a comment or something. Anyway, it was a call-in show. That's what it was. It was his coach's show. And someone just asked an innocuous, totally innocent question about, hey, we're going to make some moves coming up. And he turns that into, well, if you don't like the way I do it, you just need to find someone else, I guess. Well, the thing about that was just because he wasn't publicly admitting, hey, you guys are right, I need to make a change, doesn't mean he wasn't realizing this whole time, I need to make a change. Dabo's just way too prideful to ever admit that publicly. You guys had it right, I had it wrong. Well, come to find out, that was the case. He makes the move, and that took a lot of pride swallowing because Brandon Streeter was his guy. He elevated him internally. It didn't work out fantastically, as it turns out. And so he makes a move, but his move is to go get the hottest name in coordinator circles. Garrett Riley's going to be a head coach in the not too distant future. He goes and gets him. And I just sit here and wonder what DJ Uiagalelei must think. His seat is still warm in Clemson. He just left, and he looks back and says, what if I would have had that guy? Because I'm of the opinion DJ is still a really good quarterback. I think he was horribly underdeveloped there. I don't think his best game was his first game he played a couple of years ago at Notre Dame. And that's not always on the player. So to answer your question, yeah, huge move by Dabo. And also, I think it signifies a move that was necessary not only for Clemson, but it would be ignorant of us to ignore the Florida State element in the room. Right now, if you were to check odds to win the title in the ACC, Clemson and FSU, the national title, Clemson and FSU have the same odds this coming year. Hadn't seen that in a long time. It's been Clemson and a mile and then the rest of the field. And now all of a sudden there's a semi-legitimate challenger in the room.
Link Kick Josh on Twitter is where you find Josh Pate. You watch that show on 24/7 Sports. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Florida State's going to be the sexy pick this offseason, aren't they? They are going to be the sexy pick.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember if it was on here first or a TV show I do here in town, but I was asked for my Final Four teams for next year, and I included Florida State, and I thought, everybody's going to, I'm going to be smart. Look at me. The whole world's picking them now, Josh. I mean, this is your sexy pick in the offseason.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. So I spent the entirety of July and August making fun of people because the two trendy sleepers, I don't know how far back everyone remembers, but the two trendy sleepers for the upcoming 2022 season were Kansas State and TCU. Those were the two teams that people selected. And they end up playing in the Big 12 championship game. After I made fun of everyone, like I thought what you just thought. Everyone's saying it, so it can't be true. And so I decided to be the contrarian to the contrarians, and I just ended up on the side of the road watching them all go by in like a parade. So I don't know. Look, here's the thing. It's not a lot of cotton candy. Like FSU doesn't have the sparkler feel. They've got the more bottle rocket feel. They did not rush things when Norvell got there. They could have. And people thought when they used the portal so much, that's what he was doing. He was trying to microwave his way to success. No, internally, they were building it the right way. And the thing about it is, if you look at Sark at Texas, he could very well be Mike Norvell year two. Because Mike Norvell year two, everyone was still hating on the guy. Turns out he just needed a third year. Sark's gone 5-7, 8-4. This is not some promise or foreshadowing for Texas, but for all I know, Sark's about to win 10 games this fall, and everyone looks and says, oh, wow, he had it figured out all along. Sometimes the picture's just not clear after 2 years.
Bryce Young would be worth $13 million. Jaden Rashada, though, who is ranked anywhere from 6th to 10th in this recruiting class for a quarterback, the reports were he had that NIL deal, at least verbally given to him for $13 million. That number blows me away.
It's a joke of a number. It's a joke of a situation. Here's where I guess I found myself at odds with some people is I keep on looking in our comment section, and I had a dude at the gym yesterday come up to me and say, who does that kid think he is? Well, as far as I can tell, the kid thinks he is someone like the rest of us who would expect someone to follow through on an offer they gave him. That's who the kid is.
That's right.
Like the entire nature of an offer is it's a two-party situation. Jaden Rashad is not going out there holding a poster board in front of his head saying $13 million or I'm not talking to you. And so, yeah, it's ridiculous. Obviously, it's a ridiculous concept to be paying a kid who is unproven that kind of money. But I can only have a problem with it until you offered it. When you offered it and then you didn't want to follow through, it's on the adults in the room. It's not on the high school kid over here in the room. But I will say this now, it's probably necessary that we had to have something like this happen. We're still in the infancy, the very, very early stages of the whole NIL era. And as is the case, anytime something new gets implemented pretty much anywhere, college football included, you got to have someone crash and burn fantastically and have scars all over their face to be the example for everyone else to point to and say, we don't want to turn out like that. Like Malzahn got a big extension at Auburn in that 2017 year because someone was pointing to Tennessee and the disastrous hiring circus that was going on up there saying, we don't want to be that. And so someone will end up making proper, sound, wise moves because of the Florida protocol, we'll call it, moving forward.
West Coast Josh is one of my favorite Joshes. And you spend a lot of time out in LA in the Pac-12. I'm not saying they got jobbed in their last Pac-12 schedule release, but as I look at USC's schedule, easy beginning, but after their Notre Dame road game week 7, they come back week 8, they get Utah. Then they get Washington and road trip to Oregon back-to-back weeks, and then UCLA. And rivalry weekend, week 13, they're off. They're USC, the Pride USC Trojans, not playing in one of the biggest weekends in college football. Did not look like a Trojan-friendly schedule from Pac-12 and a parting gift here if they want them to win the national championship.
So you sense that, huh? You think that there may be ulterior motives.
They seem to stack them in bad places for them. If that was Alabama, we would have spread those damn things out for them here in the South.
This was basically like Netflix looking at an actor that they have on retention for 3 movies, and 2 of them are already down and one's left, and they know that actor's he's going to Amazon after this. What kind of role do you put him in? You try and squeeze every drop of monetary consumption I can get out of him. And so USC was essentially treated as an actor. They are in an entertainment business out there, and it doesn't really matter how your players or coaches feel about it. We don't care about rest. We don't care about anything like that. Your brand is what matters to us. That's all that's going to make us money at this point. I think they knew that was coming, by the way. It just one of those is what it is situations. That week 13 situation is pretty wild, though. Like, am I understanding that right? Is that a bye potentially before a conference title game?
It is. Yeah. It's they end on week 12. Week 13 is a bye, conference title game week 14.
So if you can somehow navigate your way through the Pac-12, you just get to go double middle finger bye week into a conference championship game and make that your last appearance on a Pac-12 stage.
Yep, 100%.
It sounds like a very Lincoln Riley thing to do.
Yeah, Florida Utah is going to get moved to that first Thursday night, and we'll all get excited about it. That's a great Thursday night game. It was a fantastic Saturday night game this year. The Saturday schedule, though, we've pulled games off that Saturday schedule. It's not great in week 1. We've strengthened Thursday night, but we weakened Saturday to do it.
Yeah. Does that make sense to you guys?
Not to me, no. I mean, I like having a good Thursday night game, but, buddy, I want as much as I can on Saturday. I'll sacrifice Thursday night for Saturday.
Yeah, but see, the way that I would define a good Thursday night game is a team that I could see making the Gator Bowl this year. A couple of teams I could see making those late December, early January games. I don't want my conference championship contender. Now, I get it if you're the Pac-12 and you got to get as many standalone stages as you can. I will say this, though. This could be the most enticing opportunity that I've ever had to go to Salt Lake City because otherwise I never can justify it. So who knows? Maybe something good comes out of this.
Yeah, the road trip Josh. That's almost West Coast Josh there. You go near the Rockies.
Yeah, near the Rockies.
Near the Rockies. Almost West Coast Josh.
Well, that's Rocky Mountain Josh.
Rocky Mountain Josh.
Yeah.
RMJ, as Meemaw would call it.
Yeah. Do they yodel in the Rocky Mountains?
I don't think they do.
And I was about to yodel, and I got into it, and I realized I can't yodel.
I think that's the Alps.
Yeah, that's in Switzerland.
He just sees mountains. That's all he sees.
That's right. That's not a way. He's at Gatlinburg. He starts yodeling. All right. Whether he's Rocky Mountain Josh, West Coast Josh, Swiss Josh, he is always Late Kick Josh to us. That's where you follow him on Twitter, at Late Kick Josh, and watch him on 24/7 Sports.
Should be noted, I'm a banjo picker when I'm in Gatlinburg.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Very good, yes. He loves hearing the banjos. Josh, thank you very much for the time. Have a great weekend.
I appreciate it, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Josh Pate with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols. Make sure those valuables are secure as you roll into 2023.
Yeah, no doubt. A great way to do it is go to Nichols Outfitters and check out those in-stock Browning and Champion safes. 25% off right now, which is potentially a savings of hundreds of dollars. You can safely secure your firearms, valuables, gold, cash, heirlooms, anything you hold of value, safer in a Champion or Browning safe from Nichols Outfitters. Never a better time to get them. 25% off right now. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Watley, who's watching us on Twitch, Deshaun Morrell from Bibb County is out on that UCLA roster. We'll talk more about that Pac-12 schedule release a little bit later on.
I've not seen that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I just felt like they stacked some bad back-to-backs for USC, but we'll get into it because they've got all the good teams paired up playing each other for the most part. So we will talk about that schedule a little bit later on because the Pac-12 will be fascinating coming up a little bit later on this year. I mentioned yesterday A.D. Mitchell leaving Georgia to hit the portal. The first team that everyone's reporting is most likely in the mix to get A.D. Mitchell, Texas, of course. It is Texas, of course. Sark is not afraid to kick the tires on anybody out of the SEC.
He does not like any of his receivers, does he? He is constantly looking for receivers.
He will bring them in a heartbeat. And A.D. Mitchell has battled injuries, and Georgia receivers usually they don't have these amazing numbers. But the last two national championship games, A.D. Mitchell's had a pretty important catch in each of those games, as big of a catch you could have in a 65-7 blowout against TCU, but it was a pretty remarkable one-handed catch.
Yeah. But I do think he saw writing on the wall. You bring in Lovett, Missouri's leading receiver, Ra Thomas from Mississippi State, their leading receiver. You've still got Ladd McConkey coming back. You've got Brock Bowers coming back. So I think he was going to be down on the pecking order.
I did point out yesterday, though, Lance, in his career, 38 catches, I think it was, and 7 touchdowns. That's a pretty good catch-to-touchdown ratio.
And one other guy who's in the portal now, and he ends up at Louisiana Tech. Boy, his freshman year, I was such a big Hank Bachmeier guy at Boise State. I thought he was going to be fantastic.
Well, after watching the game against Florida State, I thought, Brett Rippon was a good quarterback. Jared Zabransky was a good quarterback. Kellen Moore was elite. I thought he had an opportunity to be the next Kellen Moore. I thought he looked that good.
That was his best moment. He was a little bit like, who's the quarterback? It was when he was at Arizona State, Jaden Daniels. We used to always talk about, his freshman year, and then he just regressed, and that's kind of what Bachmeier did. Now, Daniels got to a new site, and it was reborn. Bachmeier, I don't know.
Yeah, he's at La Tech is where he's going, and I just, him leaving Boise, I always thought he'd be at a different place, a better place.
Yeah, if you would have told me that Hank Bachmeier would transfer to Louisiana Tech after watching him that first year.
Yeah, you would have thought that, say, portal guy that ends up somewhere like Oklahoma or USC or Alabama.
Yeah, and he would have done it voluntarily.
Georgia,
yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So that's where Bachmeier ends up. A couple of portal news there. When we come back, we'll talk about the NFL playoffs this weekend and our Pepsi kickoff to the NFL weekend. That's coming up in the next segment. Our show being brought to you in part by our friend C-Stew and Gutter Cap. Had somebody earlier this week that had C-Stew at his house over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. It's such a one-time awesome investment because it's lifetime on your house. He'll take care of those gutters for you one last time.
Yeah, I had a conversation with C-Stew last night, and he was telling me about our friend over in the chat room, Ross, that he went to see. Look, if you never want to get that dangerous ladder out, you don't want to get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you die, you're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Right now, he's got a 2023 special for you. Call Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
MyBookie brings you part of the show. Before Brown tells us about MyBookie, I don't know if our social media director, Taylor, is the person we want for bedside manner in a hospital or anything. Did she just, as I was walking back in here, you were talking about a potential surgery, and she said, quote, "Oh my God, it's awful"?
No, she said it's awesome.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Whew.
She said you're going to feel like shit once you get up.
Oh.
I've never had surgery before.
Right.
Ever. And I'm going to have it in the next couple of weeks.
Nothing major. I don't want to landmine it. Nothing major. Yes. It's your tonsils.
Yeah, I feel like a 4-year-old is my tonsils.
Well, I've heard tonsillectomy.
Yeah.
As an adult is really bad.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
I'm
what
sure
everybody says.
We're probably going to hear in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room how bad it is, but I got to get it done. I can't sleep.
Like both my kids had it done, and it really wasn't that bad for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, both my kids had it done. I wish I would have had it done. It ought to be one of those things you just get it done as a kid, like a circumcision. Rockstar would have had something great to say.
Yep.
Absolutely. I
even glanced towards Tyler.
So anyway, that's the reason I was out yesterday, and I do apologize for that. But I didn't sleep at all Tuesday night because basically my throat was closed. I mean, you saw my tonsils.
I saw his tonsils yesterday afternoon.
Wow, congratulations,
we shared that
Jeff.
moment.
Yes.
I went home and quickly decided not to have the pasta and red sauce that I was looking at. I was going to have for dinner.
When you have your primary, when he says, let me get a look, and he goes, "Oh my God."
Oh, is that what he said? Yeah. You know it's bad then. Yeah.
So I apologize to Taylor, who had great bedside manner, telling you it was going to be awesome. Your doctor is the one that sucks by saying, "Oh my God."
Oh my God.
MyBookie brings you part of the show today.
MyBookie.ag is where you go. Don't forget to use code NEXTROUND. Bad beat for Arkansas last night. Is that what I'm being told, Lance? I didn't know. I didn't really pay attention that closely. I heard bad beat if you had Arkansas.
I had Arkansas.
Yeah, oof. MyBookie.ag. Even bad beats feel better at MyBookie.ag. You know why? because you get that sign-up bonus. Any deposit of $50 or more, you get a cash bonus for mybookie.ag with code NEXTROUND. Now, here is the catch at most places. The catch at most places, you bet it 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8, 10 times before it's yours. The catch is not there at MyBookie. One bet, it is yours forever, my friend. You're not getting that anywhere else. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND to get that deal. Any deposit of $50 or more gets you that cash bonus. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Jim Dunaway.
Freddie had tonsil sinuses done in July. Honestly, it's awful. Get ready.
Yeah.
Thank you, Freddie, for helping us get LT to the table. We need to start changing the conversation about how it really makes me feel better afterwards.
Well, I'm sure there's
Freddie's
great
watching.
impact, yes.
Freddie, another person watching on Twitch over there. Big move in the NFL as we do our Pepsi kickoff here. The kickoff to our friends, with our friends at Pepsi, to the NFL weekend. The Bucs have fired coordinator Byron Leftwich. The team is making sweeping changes down in Tampa. It is being described by Ian Rappaport as the first chance for Todd Bowles to assemble his offensive staff. This was left over. Leftwich at one point was on the fast track to be a head coach at one point. Some thought he'd get the Tampa job. They ended up going with Todd Bowles. And Rappaport says Bowles is very fond of Todd Monken, the OC at Georgia. Meanwhile, others are saying that Bill O'Brien was at one point approached by Tampa Bay when the Tom Brady thing was going to happen. Bill O'Brien ended up going to Alabama and not with Tampa Bay. So maybe Bill O'Brien's in play there if Tom's going back to Tampa. So a couple of moves there with the Buccaneers possibly.
Well, before we get to Bill O'Brien, the Leftwich fall from grace is incredible. This guy, Lance, was on a fast track to an NFL job just 2 seasons ago. His Super Bowl winning season with under Bruce Arians with Tom Brady, people could not stop singing the praises of Byron Leftwich.
Yeah, I can. I remember when Tom Brady came in, he was so excited to work with Byron Leftwich. And this is an offense that scored 24 or more twice the entire season, including the postseason.
Yeah, we'll get back to our Pepsi countdown to kick off a little bit later on because we have developing news that Neil McCready told us was going to happen yesterday, and it has officially happened today. McCready yesterday. Can you hit the bell for Neil McCready one time there? Thank you. Neil McCready on our show yesterday, I asked Neil, I said, Neil, what's wrong with Jackson Dart? Why do they need 5-star Walker Howard? And he said, oh, wait till tomorrow when Spencer Sanders ends up committing to Ole Miss. It has happened. Spencer Sanders is on his way to Ole Miss.
Yeah, Neil told us yesterday tomorrow's going to be even crazier, guys. Then went and told us it's going to be Spencer Sanders. Chris Lowe reports that at Lane Kiffin, it might have been the first report, first I've seen it, other than Neil on our show yesterday, that Spencer Sanders tells ESPN he'll play for Ole Miss in 2023. Chris goes on to say his choice came down to Ole Miss and Auburn.
Yep.
And the Rebels, as he points out, have 5-star quarterback Walker Howard, but Walker Howard has a ton of eligibility left. Sanders does not. This is a guy you're bringing in to compete for playing time right away with Jackson Dart.
Yeah, Sanders would have been smart. I think he probably starts over Ashford at Auburn. That would be my lean.
Probably so.
I think the pecking order at Ole Miss is going to be Jackson Dart and then take your pick, Spencer Sanders or Walker Howard.
Well, then why go get Spencer Sanders if you feel that way about Jackson Dart?
I don't know.
Spencer Sanders is a guy who could be a starting quarterback in a lot of places. My buddy Mike Bratton, who does the SEC podcast, and you'll see some of his stuff on Saturday Down South and other places, Sirius XM Radio. Maybe Lane Kiffin really is adding all the quarterbacks so Auburn won't have one next season.
I mean, you know, people used to say Nick Saban did that in recruiting, was that he would go get a guy that Auburn wanted, promise him, you know, this is what Auburn fans said now, promise him the world just so Auburn didn't get him or whatever. I don't know if that's true. Old school coaches used to do that because you weren't limited to scholarships. You'd go sign 45 kids. I know I can't play them all, but you know who else? You know, somebody else doesn't play them against me, right? So you wonder if that's what Lane Kiffin is up to here. I think it's more that Lane Kiffin just likes to be viewed as the quote-unquote portal king.
Yeah, that's what we talked about a little bit yesterday. More on the Ole Miss quarterback situation. Zach says Lane needed to stick it to Auburn one last time. Our friends at Odie's brings us trivia every Wednesday night. Great lunches and dinners and live music all the other times.
Yeah, look, trivia every Wednesday night. What was the question last night?
My bonus question last night was this. Scientists believe you could fit more or fewer than 1 million Earths inside the sun? Is it more or fewer than 1 million?
Well, because that's such a big number, I'm going to say it's more.
Yeah, I think more is the answer.
Wow, I gave it away then. 1.3 million. Can you believe you could fit 1.3 million Earths inside the sun?
I think that was something that we got wowed by in 4th or 5th grade somewhere early on.
It
That you're
still
like,
wows
wow.
me.
1.3 million Earths inside the sun.
These are the little facts you learn when you come out to Team Trivia every Wednesday at Odie's, but it's just a great place to enjoy lunch or dinner. Rodney Davis serving up incredible food for over 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light, inside or outside. Go see Will Haver at Odie's. It's a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Village.
Okay, so this at Ole Miss, it's created a unbelievable quarterback room, but a quarterback discussion in the offseason because Jackson Dart, who I think 20 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 3,000 yards passing. If I remember, I was going to talk about it the other day, had that written down. That's got to be close, I think.
I can pull it up very, very quickly.
Spencer Sanders, who I think was a 3.5-year starter at Oklahoma State, and then Walker Howard, who's a 5-star quarterback, best dual-threat quarterback in the recruiting class last season going in. He went to LSU, the school he loved. So those 3 guys, do you think they kick off 2023 next week 1 in September with all 3 of those quarterbacks still on the roster? Yes or no?
I don't, but, Sanders will have to be there.
So will Howard.
And Howard will pretty much have to be there. Jackson Dart's the only one that can leave, and I don't. And Neil pointed out yesterday that I think it would require. I don't think he's going to graduate, so it's going to require some sort of special exception from the NCAA for him to leave. So let me backtrack and say probably so, because I think they're all stuck there.
Yeah, I mean Jackson Dart is only a true sophomore.
Yeah, I don't.
He was this year.
Now guys have gotten waivers from the NCAA for a lot of weird reasons. Where's Dart from originally? He's from California, right?
Well, he played at USC. I think he's from Utah for something.
Is he from Utah?
I think he's from Utah.
Yeah, so, I mean, the always move back closer to home for extenuating circumstances is on the table there since he's in Oxford, Mississippi.
Well, it becomes a fascinating thing. Then, why do I only get one transfer? Why not challenge that in court or challenge that with the NCAA saying, if I've got the freedom to move around, coaches aren't limited to one move, why do I have to be limited
There are
to
a lot
move?
of people, Jim, that feel like that's where we'll be eventually, that if you allow the one transfer, you can't really limit it there legally without certain stipulations, signed contracts, and things like that. So Jackson Dart may be the guy that tests this in the court of law. Now, I don't think you can get a favorable opinion from a court of law quickly enough to transfer somewhere. You know how long the legal system can take.
That's right.
But this may be one of the things that leads us to that eventually.
James says Lane can stick it to Auburn if he wants. He's still going to lose to Auburn this season. Troy says, can't wait to freeze, runs it up on Lane's arrogant you-know-what. So the conversation over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room as Lane Kiffin gets another quarterback. You know what they say, when you've got all the quarterbacks, you don't have one.
The weird thing about Spencer Sanders, though, is never has he had better numbers. Now, numbers are numbers, but it is a quarterback-friendly system that he runs at Oklahoma State. So give me that.
That's right.
Much more than what Dart runs at Ole Miss. I mean, far more quarterback-friendly for Sanders. His numbers, he's never had better numbers than what Dart had this year.
Well, I was about to say, Spencer Sanders has never had great numbers. He's got a lot of experience. He's athletic. He's a solid B quarterback.
To me, I liked Jackson Dart this past year.
I do too, and I think there's more upside.
Times.
Once he gets comfortable in the SEC, I think he's going to get better.
Did he take too many chances throwing the ball down the field? Yes. I mean, you want to have more than 50% more. You want to have more than double your interceptions with touchdowns, right? You don't want it to be 50-50, right?
Or 2 to 1.
2 to 1. You don't want it to be 2 to 1. You want it to be like 49 to 4 or 38 to 5.
Yeah.
You don't want it to be 20 to 11. So there was some concerns about him being free with the football. And didn't he have that crucial fumble in the Kentucky loss?
Yeah, I mean, he does not protect the football well enough. But again, I'll take you back to Spencer Sanders. This year, he only had 9 interceptions and 17 touchdowns. The year before, 19-8. Or excuse me, the year before 20-12, and then in 2020, Spencer Sanders had 14-8. So he's about a 2 to 1 guy himself.
He is an all Big 12 player at one point in his time. So Spencer Sanders, now an Ole Miss Rebel as the portal continues to churn. We'll get back to the NFL weekend coming up next hour, more college football as well. The show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. I was talking to Charles Barkley here on the show yesterday. We were joking with Charles. I feel like I'm going to have a really good bracket this year. I've been watching a lot of basketball. Feel like I'm going to have a really good bracket this year, and we'll be tied in with Charles.
Yeah, we will. We've got, the final pour coming up with Redmond Vodka and Charles Barkley. We'll give you more information once we get that, but it's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Ask for it by name. It's 8 times distilled. Available in 20 states. It's Redmond Vodka.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball, on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You know, we joke about this often. There are certain times, and I've said this for a long, long time. I think the strength of our show is January to August, or actually after the Super Bowl to August, when there's not a lot of football going on, and we have to sort of flex our muscles on entertaining conversations during what a lot of sports talk people say is the slow time. I feel like we have some of our best shows then. And many times, though, on days like this, when we have really important NFL football I want to talk about,
right,
and then we keep getting other things that I'm always like, I sort of wish that would have waited another week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Like the Ole Miss quarterback thing churning along. That's a great thing we could talk about for hours here. But I want to get back to NFL football. But before we leave today, you've got to remind me, because I'm bad about this. I have it on my sheet, but we've got to go back to Eric Musselman bitching and crying about officials. Again, it has become a regular thing. I don't want to do it here.
No, I know. Scott told me it happened again. Scott was cutting up the video all while back there. He's like, your boy Musselman, man.
It is just nonstop now. Nonstop. I mean, I'm sorry you're losing. We'll get back to that later in the show, because we got to do NFL football here in a moment. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City. If you're pulling an Eric Musselman and you're crying all the time about something wrong with your roof, it's time to get it fixed. And Greg from Pell City's got to get up there and get it fixed. 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Maybe your wife, your girlfriend says, hey, honey, is there something wrong with our roof? You know, I'm getting a little stain here. Or looks like maybe a shingle's loose up there. Or is something wrong around our chimney? You know who can fix all that or find out if anything's happening? Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City can. He can get up there, give you that free no-cost roof inspection, no obligation. This is his cell number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Contact him there. Insurance companies trust him, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and so much more. It's our friends, Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned, Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City.
L. Tigre says, you guys never break the proverbial emergency glass LeBron versus MJ combo like ESPN does. Those are my least.
Hey, Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame.
I know. The Pete Rose of the Hall of Fame. Who's better, LeBron or MJ? The Mount Rushmore of the Celtics. I mean, those are the shows. I'll just take a day off before I do those.
Yeah, that's not our speed.
Yeah, any idiot can do that.
Yeah,
we're just idiots doing everything else.
So right now we want to talk about the Mount Rushmore of Alabama running backs. No, I'm kidding.
That'd be a hard one.
It is time for our Pepsi countdown to kickoff of the NFL this week. Forster, for the second time today, we'll say, you sure you're going to do it here, Dunaway? Let's do it here, because LT's back. We want to talk a little NFL football. And we've got 4 games starting this weekend: Jacksonville and Kansas City, the Giants in Philadelphia, both on Saturday, Cincinnati and Buffalo, and then Dallas and San Francisco on Sunday. Let's start with the 2 number ones. Either one of them you think in peril this weekend, Kansas City and Philadelphia, after having the first weekend of the playoffs off?
Well, you know, the scary thing for Kansas City is the confidence Trevor Lawrence has now. I mean, Jacksonville's been really good down the stretch. Trevor Lawrence did not look good in that first half against the Chargers. Second half, he played flawless. He played like the guy that everybody talked about.
But how can you have confidence if half of the game was a disaster? And I know the second half was a great comeback.
The important half, the most recent half was good. That's the only reason you could.
That's what I'm saying. I think there's a lot of momentum going.
But I got a lot of brain up here that's going to remember half of that game.
I agree, but I think if you're Doug Peterson, who's a really good offensive, a really good head coach, really good offensive coach, obviously, Lance, I mean, he's got to. Doug Peterson knows the psychology of the quarterback system, and you got to think he's probably got Trevor Lawrence believing, hey, you flushed all the mistakes. Now you can go out and play free, man. You've made all your mistakes now.
Yeah, and look, and this was a tighter game earlier this year at Arrowhead, where they win the game by 10 against Jacksonville, and that was before Jacksonville was playing good football.
Yeah.
So I think Jacksonville's going to be confident.
But if there's an upset, it's Giants over Eagles, right?
I don't.
You think Cowboys?
No. I'm talking about the number ones first. Not on Sunday.
Okay.
If one of the ones lose, Kansas City or Philadelphia, it is more likely it's the Giants over Philadelphia, right? It's not Jacksonville over KC.
That's what Vegas would tell you, but I think it's more likely Jacksonville over KC.
Why? Why more than the Giants? I mean, I watched those 2 games. The Giants look far more trustworthy than Jacksonville.
Look, I remember seeing Philadelphia earlier this year destroy New York.
Yeah.
And I look, New York's been one of these teams that just hangs around, but I think Philadelphia will play really good football.
I mean, Jacksonville was also, a 9-7 team. I mean, I know the Giants weren't any better record-wise, but my point is, I mean, both those teams have tremendous flaws. That's interesting that you feel that way.
Yeah, I really do.
Because I think of all the all right, so the teams that are in this current discussion, you trust Kansas City the most, don't you?
I do. And
do you?
I trust the quarterback the most. I mean, Jalen has had MVP-like numbers this year, but
this is Patrick Mahomes we're talking about.
Yeah, and we are in the playoffs now. This is not the regular season. You know, I need to see if playoff Jalen shows up, or is this going to be, you know, Jalen Hurts and this Eagles team being a disappointment? And that's I hate to say it for Philadelphia fans. that's sort of their history, right? To be really good in the regular season. And, I mean, different quarterbacks throughout history, but they've had some disappointments.
You know, I talked about your team only scored 24 or more twice.
Yeah.
This Philadelphia offense, 12 times over 24 points. It's just it all works together. Jalen is another guy that's playing with a lot of confidence. He's one of those guys, and you guys have got to admit this, since freshman year at Alabama has gotten better.
Unbelievable. Never thought he'd be an NFL quarterback, and he's a one-seed quarterback. But let me ask it this way.
I know what you're saying. Pat Mahomes is a Hall of Famer.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Who's the quarterback you most trust in these two games involving the one seeds? You got 4 quarterbacks. You trust who the most?
It's Mahomes.
Who's the head coach you trust the most?
Probably Andy Reid.
Andy Reid. Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense that you would go against kids.
I think both one seeds win, for the record.
Right.
I'm just saying if there is an upset, I think it personally will be Jacksonville over KC, but I think both number ones win.
Daniel in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room here on our Pepsi Countdown to Kickoff thinks people are sleeping on Philadelphia because of how the season ended without Jalen Hurts. But they do have a lot of weapons over there that can cause some problems for the Giants. And I hate to say this too, but Daniel Jones, you don't really think, can he do what he did last week, back-to-back weeks? That sort of is not his history.
Yeah, you
either.
haven't seen that out of him, but boy, he was terrific at Minnesota last Sunday.
He really was. By the way, Kirk Cousins expected to be back in Minnesota, according to all reports, after the disappointing ending there. I forgot who it was over in the chat room, but somebody says they truly believe that Bengals-Bills should have been the one game. It should have been a neutral site game as well, because they were not able to finish that head-to-head game because of the Hamlin collapse on the field. And the way
good point.
The way the Bengals had started off in that game, they felt like, this could be a game the Bengals are hosting.
Yeah, but the problem was the Bengals had the 4 losses, and Buffalo and Kansas City just had 3.
I know.
That's why you couldn't consider it that way.
But they were saying if we'd had a chance to finish the game, we think we were going to beat the Bills. The way the game started, the first 9 minutes, it felt like it was a night for Cincinnati.
It did, but boy, that is a big jump to make. And I get what a Cincinnati fan would think. They're upset about the way this process has worked out, but you just couldn't do it that way.
So in our Pepsi Countdown to Kickoff, this is brought to you by our friends at Pepsi. Cincinnati and Buffalo, the early game on Sunday, where Buffalo's a 5-point favorite. It was a 4-point. It's gone out to 5.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised the number's this large. I would have set this at 3. You look at Cincinnati; they've won 8 consecutive games. Now on the other side, Buffalo's won 7 straight, and
all the way up to 5.5 on my bookie. It says.
And obviously you throw a little home field in there. I mean, Sunday's matchups are tremendous.
Yeah,
like I think we almost have blowout Saturday, and Sunday's a little bit tighter. I don't know why the number's 5 on the San Fran Dallas game. That's a skinny number at 3.
3.5. I've seen it in some places as well.
I mean, the way Josh Allen played against Miami gets him beating it. It would have gotten him beat against Miami if they had halfway competent quarterback play. If they weren't playing a third teamer, it definitely gets him beat against Cincinnati.
Yeah, if they can't protect the football, Cincinnati definitely wins that game. I agree 100%. I mean, I didn't even get to talk to you about your Dolphins.
We're gonna pick that scab again.
Well, no. Somebody asked, and maybe you responded. Would you rather lose on a last second field goal, or would you rather just get run off the field?
Oh, I'd rather lose the way that Miami did.
Yeah,
you went in and you were competitive. I watched that whole game. It gave me 3 hours of entertainment on a Sunday.
You had hope.
I had hope. I mean, I was exhausted at the end of the game.
I was on the golf course watching it, and we were all cheering for Browns Dolphins. Yeah, like, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Everybody wants to see the underdog win unless you got skin in the game. But no, I mean, I'd far rather lose the way we lost than the way Dunaway's Buccaneers lost. For instance.
We were never in that game. We looked old and slow, and I spent the whole game. I watched every second. Spent the whole game thinking I'm ready to tear it down. I want a total rebuild.
Yeah, because when I look at Miami, I'm like, we beat Buffalo at home. They beat us by a field goal at the Horn at their place, and then a botched 4th down in the playoffs. I mean, we're right there with. If Tua's playing in that game, we win. We're right there with Buffalo. So I leave that game with great hope for the future of the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, I get it, but the clock management was so
it was
bad.
awful, but you can fix that. I mean, if clock management, that's something you can fix.
Dan Orlowski, who joins us every Tuesday earlier this week, and he will throughout the Super Bowl, made a great point on NFL Live after he left us the other day. He brought up the call sheet. He goes, this isn't exactly Miami's call, but this is close to it. And he goes through the process, and they start the clock. Right, the play clock, which, what is it, 40 seconds?
Well, it was 40, ran down to 14, and then they reset it to 25.
Okay, so it said 40, right? and he's calling the personnel out, 12 personnel, whatever, for a first down.
Yeah, because McDaniel maintains he thought it was 1st and 10, which, by the way, it should have been. If you go back and look at the replay, he thought it was 1st and 10, so they sent 1st and 10 personnel in.
So he says, so he's calling for, this personnel on the field, and then, he says, somebody in the headset says, Coach, they didn't give us the first down. It's 4th down.
4th and inches.
And he says, naturally, you go, what? It's 4th down? All right. So, and he has to change the personnel at that point. We need 42 personnel, whatever it was. And then he says, now you've got to read this out. And he read out what the play sheets sound like for his offense. And he made a point to say, this is not Miami's exact calls, but this is the length of the call. And the length of the call literally takes 12 seconds.
Oh, my God.
For him to say, it's not just calling out a number, which to me, I would just have all this stuff on armbands and just say number 12.
Especially if Skylar Thompson's your quarterback.
Well, that's his point.
Yeah,
he
got to slow it down.
He read it out, and he said, now, if Tua's in there, it's probably not a problem because you just say that once and Tua's used to it. Maybe even with your second string, but now to your third string, and most likely he had to repeat it again.
Right.
And now you've got a delay of game.
Yeah, because Skylar Thompson's probably doing the, when I'm watching an NFL game and the quarterback's looking over with hands over ears, I'm like, here comes a delay of game or a timeout. You can't hear the call.
Didn't even mean to bring that back up. With all that said, if Buffalo is careless with the football as they were against your Dolphins.
Which is uncharacteristic of Josh Allen. I mean, the chances are he's probably not. I think he only had 2 postseason turnovers prior to that game, and he had 3 in that game, 2 interceptions and the fumble that led to the Zach Sealer scoop and score. But, I mean, 1 interception could lose you the Cincinnati game. I mean, he just can't be careless with the football.
It's a fascinating little thing. If you can go back and find it, it's out there. It's on social media. It really is good. Orlovsky talking about that. And he just talks about how much of the time gets chewed up, especially when you think it's a first down. Well, you have the wrong personnel running out there, and then the fact that it's not your starting quarterback, that you probably had the confusion there.
The NFL play clock goes so fast, and I know 25 seconds is 25 seconds no matter where it's running down.
They give you a little leeway at the end, though.
A little bit, yeah. It's hard to get a delay a game. Yeah. Like I was talking to a Buffalo Bills fan last night, and he was like, listen, your team – I was so impressed by the way they played. He's like, man, they got away with some delays a game. And I'm like, no, they did. The NFL should do that. I mean, the NFL, it's going to have to be egregious for the NFL to stop play.
Yeah, it's almost you get one extra second, right?
Yeah.
The Pepsi countdown to kickoff. We, as LT said, maybe it's blowout Saturday, but it should be a classic Sunday. Dallas and San Francisco is set up with the smallest number with our friends at MyBookie there, and they are going. I labeled him Brett Nightmare, the kicker. I thought that was a pretty good name for him. Nightmare.
Yeah, I was surprised
LT.
You came up with that yourself.
Well, I mean, I don't know if anybody else has it yet or not.
I mean, it's never been done before. 4 consecutive missed extra points.
So they did not cut him. They stuck with him.
They're sticking with him, but they did yesterday bring in a kicker to challenge him in camp this week. Tristan Vizcaino is in. They signed him to a contract. And Vizcaino, who sounds like he'd be a shortstop for the Cubs, with Harry Carey back in the day. Ground ball to Vizcaino.
I saw him the first. I saw him kick for the Cardinals against my Rams this year. Obviously just an average kicker. But they said, real quick, Brown, if Mayer struggles today and tomorrow in practice, Vizcaino will be their guy.
I don't know that you're any more confident, though. I mean, it was the gut reaction, and I agreed with people saying you got to cut Mayer. You can't take him to San Francisco. But do you really want to roll this guy out there with the game on the line? Is that what you're going to do?
No.
I just think McCarthy, I mean, it's extra points that were the issue, obviously. But if you're McCarthy, it's 4th and short. You got to think about just going
I don't
for
know.
it.
Jim Fassel, who's one of the best special teams coaches in football, said, look, he's got the yips right now. And he said, I've seen it before. Guys will have the yips, and then they'll come out and they'll be unbelievable. And this is a guy that only missed a few kicks all year, so he expects him to bounce back.
Yeah. Chuck Knobloch is what El Tigre is saying over there. Remember him when he couldn't throw the ball to first base?
Minnesota Twins second baseman.
Yeah.
And played for the Yankees.
And there was a catcher at one point, I think, for the Mets that couldn't throw it back
to
the
Reds.
Couldn't throw it back to the pitcher.
They ended up having to put him in right field, didn't they?
Yeah, something like that. He couldn't even throw it back to the pitcher at one point.
Yeah, I remember both of those. It's the mind's a crazy thing. You hear the yips a lot in golf, but it happens in other sports as well. That's our Pepsi countdown to kickoff this week, getting you ready for the big NFL weekend. One other note, Sean McVay, while LT was out, announced that he was coming back, but they have now parted ways with 8 assistant coaches. 4 of them are pretty high-profile positions on the field, but 8 assistant coaches, so almost a total makeover of McVay's coaching staff there that he's doing. He's wanting a fresh sheet.
Well, 8 is excessive, and maybe this is one of the reasons that he came out. We thought the timing was weird that he said, look, I'm not going to block any lateral moves when I'm making my decision, and maybe that was a sign for him, you guys get out, and then 2 days later he announces he's coming back. He's always had turnover. This is massive turnover.
Massive turnover, wanting some fresh blood in the organization there. So there you go. That's our Pepsi countdown to kickoff. Before Brownie tells us about Johnston RV Center, I want to make one note because we've talked a lot last year in 2022 about the Live Golf Tour. And the departures, there are 14 big events coming up in 2023 for Live. They get their broadcast and streaming partners yesterday, and I wanted to get Brown's reaction to this. If you missed it, if you're watching at home or wherever you are, Live announces an agreement for their 14 events with the CW network, and they will be streamed not on Amazon, not on Amazon Prime, not on Hulu. They'll be streamed on the CW app.
Yeah, I don't even think that Live keeps their YouTube channel, which is where they were streaming all their events this past season. I think everything goes to CW, which I didn't know CW had an app. I don't watch much CW.
So CW, the one that has like the vampire shows on.
The Green Arrow and the paid pastors on Sunday morning. You and I used to be on there, Lance. We were on CW21 for a minute.
Was a frog at one point, right?
Yeah. That was the. No, yeah, I think it was maybe. I was trying to think the Dubbas were on 68, the Dubba twins. CW. Look, obviously they wanted an over-the-air or cable, partner. They didn't want to just be on YouTube, though they got, I thought a pretty good audience on YouTube. They've got to have a better product. You put a crap product on CW and people aren't going to watch it. The product wasn't anywhere close to what the PGA Tour product is. Nowhere close. So they've got to figure out a way to close that gap before any of this even matters. Greg Norman and the Saudi princes felt like this was a step towards closing that gap. We'll see. You just got to have a better product. The product is far inferior to the PGA Tour. Given the choice of watching that or the PGA Tour, I'll watch the PGA Tour 10 out of 10 times, even if the fields are worse.
Landmine Believer, I haven't watched the CW since JP Sports was on it.
That's right. It used to have that's when Lance and I were on. We were leading into the early game.
Yep. Frog was the WB, by the way.
Yeah, I thought that's right.
Which replaced CW, which was replaced by CW.
So confusing.
Yeah.
So anyway, you can watch it on CW. You could have watched it on YouTube. I think if people really wanted to watch Live, they had no trouble finding it. I don't think this is a magic bullet for them.
Hey, by the way, and I'm with Kevin, if they brought back the Dubba twins to promote Live on the CW, be a great move by them.
Wouldn't be bad.
If you grew up in Birmingham, you know what we're talking about.
Especially if you dug up old photos, right? The old Dubba twins. They were the classic. One of the best marketing
it really
plans
was.
of all time.
Yeah, it really was.
All right. When we come back, we'll get back into college football. Also, Tyler, who's in for Rockstar today. Tyler, first let me see your microphone work. Check.
Does it work?
Mic check. There you go,
It
Tyler.
works.
Did you end up losing in Madden football yesterday?
Yeah, Reed beat me there at the end. I had a couple picks, and I was also chasing points, if you can believe that.
I can't believe that.
Have we gone to simulation yet?
No,
we have not.
No.
So everybody probably knows how to strip now, right?
Not me.
I still
Some
can't do
people
it.
Not me.
Just still can't flip that right stick up for whatever reason.
I
I'm one of
play
those.
with integrity. I don't block your kicks, and I don't try to strip you. So I play the game the way God intended, which gets me to the point that karma. You started all this, and now you're losing games.
Wow.
So karma.
We're calling you right out.
But we'll get your 4 downs coming up. I'm interested in some of these questions coming up with him. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yeah, you can find them I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. It's that Coleman location that's got these brand new, beautiful, and affordable Coachman Freedom Expresses. The Freedom Express 192 RBS from Coachman, which features a great interior redesign, storage space, big fridge, just $249 a month with improved credit. Approved credit, $249 a month. You can see those Coleman locations, see everything they got at the Decatur location as well. I-65 exit 334, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
An amazing question, Brown, in the Andy Staples mailbag this week at The Athletic. A thing we'll ponder when we come back that involves something that maybe would keep a player like C.J. Stroud in college football one more year involving an NFL team. Big picture thinking here. Andy's mailbag is next.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. We continue on the Next Round. Dunaway about to make us think. He's going to make us ponder. By the way, Dunaway mentioned the Live Golf thing. CW, this is just all in how you look at this, right? CW is in 122 million homes. The app, which surprises me, this is from Kyle Porter, who covers golf for CBS. The app has been downloaded 90 million times. We're almost there on ours. But 90 million times the app has been downloaded. I don't know why that many people have downloaded the CW app, but okay. YouTube, 2.6 billion monthly active users. That's not just subscribers. That is monthly active users, 2.6 billion for YouTube.
On the CW?
No. That's YouTube active viewers. And that's the difference between Live was only available on YouTube.
Right.
Or CW. Everybody looks at it and says, oh, they're on CW. Well, that's fewer active customers than YouTube.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's the point. 122 million homes versus 2.6 billion active users.
No, I thought that you were telling me the CW YouTube had that many.
No.
Yeah, that's why. That's where I got confused. I missed the break there from the CW numbers to the other numbers there. All right, so as we move into a little college football question from Andy Staples mailbag this weekend, I want to remind you our friends at Bromberg's are there for you to pop the question this year. If you're ready to ask that special someone, hey, will you spend the rest of your life with me? The place to get the forever diamond is Bromberg's.
They are your diamond specialist, and Bromberg's wants to announce they're thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1984, and today Oris is one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that only makes mechanical watches. A mechanical watch, thing of beauty, designed according to the principles that have been around for generations, will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. Available at the Summit store or online. You can call 205-969-1776 for more information, or Brombergs.com, or specifically Brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Okay, so Andy Staples gets this question in the mailbag. Now, this has not happened, and the chances of it ever happening is, I'm going to say 1%. But the Chicago Bears are in a pretty good position right now, right? They've got the first overall pick in the NFL draft.
Okay.
So that there's a value to that. So the question that Andy got asked was, what would prevent the Chicago Bears from paying NIL money to C.J. Stroud to convince C.J. Stroud to stay in school another year to drive up the value of their first overall pick, taking away one of the elite quarterbacks and leaving you only with Bryce Young and Will Levis?
My guess would be an NFL rule. That's the only thing that could stop them from doing that.
Do you think they already have that on the books?
I don't know. I mean, I would think there's probably a rule that this could fall under, that Roger Goodell, if he saw this happening, was like, we'll make it fall under this rule, and you don't want to go to court on this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge risk for you.
It's an interesting angle.
Diabolical is what Andy called it. He said, this is diabolical because you could also play it this way. What if you're the Rams and you're going to move away from Matt Stafford next year, and you maybe think you're going to be tanking for, or maybe you got some extra picks in the 2024 draft coming up in the first round, and you convince a C.J. Stroud to stay one more year with your money so that he's coming out when you've got 2 first-round picks, or where you have the ability to trade up, or you're going to be in the market for a quarterback. We're in a world now where these NFL people could throw some NIL money at you.
Yeah. Lance Jeremy is right in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. This probably falls under tampering. I'm sure tampering is a broad enough definition that they can make this fall under tampering.
I would agree. I mean, look, this thing would get blocked so fast. But what would the number have to be if you're C.J. Stroud?
Yeah,
but if I'm going to be the
steep.
number 1 overall guy this year to the Houston Texans, or the Chicago Bears.
So you're saying
if they trade that pick.
Yeah, so you're saying this just drives up the Bears' pick value, because we're sticking with Justin Fields. We're not going to draft one of these guys.
That's right. But somebody's going to come to us.
If we take one of the guys off the board, now everybody needs our pick to get Bryce Young.
That's right. It only makes my pick more valuable. There is a dollar figure at that point to how valuable my pick would increase for my franchise.
It's a diabolical move, which I am sure Roger Goodell would make tampering because he does not want his draft to look like that.
I just wonder if somewhere in the NFL offices today they're like, all right, we need to start drafting some weird rules that we start playing out. I wonder if there's a think tank at a place like the NFL where you just sit around and you think about
what if?
Yeah, what is the craziest thing somebody could come up with to try to skirt the rules? And I guess at some point you just have a rule that says, and they may already have this, if something is not beneficial to the NFL, the commissioner can overrule it.
I mean, can't they take away a franchise for that?
I don't know. I don't know the whole rule book. But remember,
an owner.
Remember, the commissioner stepped in and did something that kept Chris Paul from going to the Lakers.
Oh yeah, that was Daniel Stern or David Stern.
Yeah, and he jumped in and did something that everyone was like,
he just blocked it.
Can he do that? I mean, I remember he was like, can they do that?
It wasn't for the benefit of the game, basically, and he ended up going somewhere.
Yeah, that's probably been 15 years ago.
Yeah.
But you have to admit, that was a huge move that hurt the Lakers.
It hurt the Lakers with Chris Paul. And it hurt Chris Paul ultimately because he never won a championship. No, he still got an opportunity. Trayvon Walker last year, his signing bonus, the number 1 overall pick to the Jags, was $24.5 million. There is no way you could pay somebody like C.J. Stroud just to hold.
I think that's a problem, because the argument would be, well, now we're getting incredible value. So that draft pick is worth something. Like if Chicago got traded that draft pick, it's actually got it's a dollar value attached to it, a theoretical dollar value, but one that's attached to it, right? So you'd have to determine what that's worth. But to Lance's point, to pay C.J. Stroud to not enter the draft, or Bryce Young for that matter, you're talking a magnitude of $20 or more million.
But if you can come up with that, I'll stay in college.
Yeah, I'll stay in college.
No doubt about it.
University of Montevallo, and then I got another question before we do 4 downs. Our friends at Montevallo want to remind you that if you've got a son or daughter looking for their place in the college world, Montevallo is a great place to consider. That's all we're asking right now. Just consider it. Put it on your radar as they're a junior or senior starting to think about colleges. Take an in-person tour at Montevallo. Just go to montevallo.edu to find out how to take that in-person tour. You can take a virtual tour there as well, and you can find out more about the school, the multi-million-dollar theater department, the new business department, communications, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Man, you've got to see it to believe it. Just what a special place Montevallo is. Small class sizes. Your son or daughter is going to fit right in there. Wonderful social life, Greek life with the fraternities and sororities. It's just a special place at Montevallo, and your son or daughter will fit right in. Find out why they belong at Montevallo. It's montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Who was the guy yesterday? Brugler?
Dane Brugler.
Dane Brugler, who had his mock draft at the Athletic. It was Bryce Young 1, Will Levis number 2 overall.
I saw that.
Okay, today, actually it was last night, Chris Trapasso of CBS Sports, Brown.
Shut it down. Chris Trapasso has this?
Yeah, from CBSSports.com.
Yeah.
He has Will Levis number 1 overall.
Good.
That the Bears trade out, and that the Colts in his mock draft jumps up to 1 and takes Will Levis number 1 overall, Bryce Young number 2.
I mean, I really want this to happen now. I really do. I got to see this.
I want to see it too.
I can't, because I know it ain't going to be the Dolphins, so I don't care who does it. I do not.
I mean, we're into the draft craziness. You know, it's not until April, but this is when it all starts churning. Are we in a world that really Will Levis is I'm blown away he's a first-round draft pick if he gets picked in the first round. Are we in a world that we're really talking about him being a top 10, a top 5, a top 3
that's
pick?
what people are talking about.
Let me bring up some of the biggest busts in the history of the NFL when it came to number 1 overall quarterbacks. DeMarcus Russell was really good at LSU.
Right. Infinitely better than what Will Levis has been at
Ryan Leaf at Washington State was really good. He won a Rose Bowl for them. Akili Smith, Rose Bowl for Oregon, was really good. I haven't seen anything out of Will Levis. It makes no sense.
Yeah, me either. I keep expecting this to at some point be a joke, but Landmine Believer says it exactly. It's the Josh Allen effect.
I was about to ask that. So stretch your brain and give me a guy like Josh Allen that you never saw this out of in college. But Allen was better in college than Will Levis has been.
I mean, to me, Jordan Love. I mean, what are we doing with Jordan Love?
Well, he still has not started consistently in the NFL.
He isn't, but Green Bay seems to be. He and Trey Lance, 2 guys that, okay, maybe they'll end up being NFL quarterbacks, but I've heard a lot about them for the last 2 years.
Trey Lance sent out that cryptic tweet because Rand Carthon, the former Florida running back, got the GM's job in Tennessee. And he was at San Francisco. And
That's
Trey
part
Lance,
of the people that picked him.
That's right. Trey Lance just sent out, I think he retweeted the story with the crossed fingers, like I'm hoping, which a lot of people were reading into it like, hey, buddy, take me with you.
Lunsford microphone, please. Is Lunsford back there? Lunsford, Trey Lance as quarterback for your Tennessee Titans. You all in?
I'm not a Titans fan anymore, but sure.
Lunsford's a fan.
Wait. Tight shot on my face. Tight shot on my face. Really? You're going to be that guy?
Well,
I'm that guy. I am not rooting for the Titans anymore. I am just watching players I enjoyed watching in college, namely Alabama players.
So you're just going to gamble.
I'm going to just gamble.
Yeah.
I'm going to hope that Jalen Hurts wins the Super Bowl. I'm going to hope that Derrick Henry continues to play well and gets traded to a better team. I'm going to hope Bryce Young, wherever he goes, D'Amico Ryans, whoever hires him, all of them do great.
What about Tua? How do you not pull for Tua and Jalen and Raekwon Davis?
Tua's fine. I just like to see you squirm.
Oh, thanks.
You know, I would say that this is weird because you never give up on your team, but I gave up on the Lakers because of LeBron. Now, once LeBron moves on, I've told you guys I'm back.
Yeah. Luntz is Rob Lowe sitting in the stadium wearing an NFL hat. That's who Luntz has become now. He's an NFL fan.
No, I'll wear an Alabama hat or something.
Well, that's not an NFL team, and it was for years.
But I will go watch the players I enjoy. The whole reason I became a Titans fan in the first place was when they drafted Steve McNair. I liked Steve McNair growing up as a kid, watching him, and then the franchise under him, obviously playing for a Super Bowl, losing to Lance's team. But it's just a terrible organization. Everything from the top to the bottom is just awful, except for Derrick Henry, and I hope he goes to a better team.
Okay, go ahead. Cowan Equipment poll question. Do you think less of Lunsford, that he is shunned, shucked, or given up on the Titans? Do you think less of him?
Just
yes or no?
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
but again, I'm
too.
being hypocritical here because of my Rams. But I'm going to come back to the Rams. Will you ever come back to the Titans?
When they get good again, he will. That's what a bandwagon fan does.
No, I will give it. Look, I'm a diehard Nashville Preds fan. That has been my number one team since they first came into existence in the late 90s.
He sacrificed his shin for the Preds last summer. Yes.
And I will do anything for the Nashville Predators. And if they get a baseball team, I'll actually pay attention to baseball. But I do not care anything about the Titans anymore.
It's the dirty rule. It's the Mike Daniel rule. If you're a fan of one team in one city, you got to be all.
Yeah, that is. I don't follow that rule.
Yeah, you got to be all. Like he's an all Los Angeles. I'm an all Tampa guy. Brown is cherry picking all over the sports.
I should be able to do that.
Yeah, I made my decisions as a small kid before I knew who Dirty was.
Yeah.
But it makes sense.
Cowan Equipment poll question there. It's going out. Taylor's sending that out. Do you think less of Lunsford now that he is getting rid of the Titans?
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
It doesn't make sense.
We'll get Tyler's 4 downs a little bit later on. John in Mobile is standing by. John, sorry for the delay. Thanks for being patient with us, buddy. How are you?
I'm all right. I just didn't know after, yesterday if y'all need me to go down to Floribama and see if I could find Lance and get him back to you.
We found Lance. He is back. In fact, there's more of Lance than when he left. His tonsils are huge.
Yeah, this time it was actually Broadway in Nashville. Broadway Street's what.
Oh, okay.
That'll get you every time.
All right. Couple things. The coach at Tampa Bay.
Todd Bowles or Byron Leftwich that just got fired.
No, not Leftwich.
Okay.
Todd Bowles. He's pro football's version of Bill. Great coordinator, not a good head coach.
Oh, the NFL's littered with that history of guys that were phenomenal coordinators. Josh McDaniels, I mean, that's a good example. He's not been good anywhere.
Yeah, and as a Buccaneer fan, John, I was excited. I missed Bruce Arians because he was a gunslinger. He would take chances. But I was happy they were promoting Todd Bowles because I thought to myself, well, that means we'll at least keep the great defense. But he got really conservative with the defense as a head coach. He was more aggressive as a defensive coordinator. So it has been a disaster.
Now, the other thing, I'm 62. I graduated from University of Alabama in 1983. I have never heard people talk about the basketball program like they're talking about it now. And when I was there, Wimp was just getting it rolling, and this is phenomenal. And since I'm in construction, if somebody will tell me a location where the new building's supposed to be built, I'll rent a, track hoe or something and send it up there so maybe if he drives by it, he'll think something's starting.
You're just going to rent one and park it out there? Oh, look, they're starting construction. I hope Greg Burns is listening.
But the other thing, the other night, I was worried about beating Vanderbilt because we've always had problems at Vanderbilt. We've always had problems at Missouri, so I'm worried about the weekend. But I'm going to be that guy. The announcers that ESPN had for that game, those two women, it was like
it was awful. It was awful.
It was like fingernails on a blackboard.
And I guarantee you're not a misogynist, and I get labeled kind of as one because some of my comments, and a lot of it are in jest and in fun. But those two were not good.
Yeah, but here's the problem, John. They could have been the best at their craft that there is. The truth that a lot of people don't want to say.
But they weren't.
Well, hang on now. Even if they were, here's the truth a lot of people don't want to say. The vast majority of the viewing audience for that programming were men. And the vast majority of the men watching do not want two females telling them about the game. You can call it misogynistic.
That's correct.
You can call it idiotic. You can call it
But
sexist.
I've said this before. Doris Burke is really good at what she does.
You can call it backwoods. You can call it redneck. You can call it whatever you want it. But the thing you have to call it is the truth. And that is the absolute truth. Most men do not want two women telling them about a basketball game. It's just the way it is. Or a football
I'll give
game.
you another situation. When my son graduated from Paris Island, I was so disappointed when they did the parade and a woman, highly qualified, when she yelled pass and review, it was not right. It was just not the same. It's very disappointing.
Yeah. Okay.
Same thing with those two women the other night.
Well, thank you, John. I don't know about the Marine thing. I'm just saying most people watching were men, and men don't want that. I'm just telling you that's the way. That's the truth. You can call it whatever you want to, but it is the truth.
But
Yeah,
ESPN's
we're all going to be surprised when we get to heaven and God's a woman. Wasn't that the great 90s song? That rock song?
Isn't ESPN supposed to have quality in it? It's supposed to be about quality instead of what some people would call wokeness? And that's what it is.
I mean, you would think.
Putting two chicks together, I mean, they're forcing the issue. And if you're going to do it, again, I think Doris Burke is outstanding.
I'm sure she's got a gig on the NBA, though. So, yeah.
Well, I'm not saying put Doris Burke there. I'm just saying there are examples that it doesn't. I mean, I have no problem.
But my point is,
doing it and they're doing it good.
Even if it's two ladies the equivalent of Doris Burke who are really good at what they do, that is still not going to be popular among most of your male viewers. It's just not. You can call it whatever you want to, but that's the truth.
A lot more coming up, including we'll do Tyler's 4 Downs probably in the last hour. Andy Kennedy will be on the show at 12 noon today. Sanford got a basketball win last night. We talked about Auburn to start the show. Didn't get Sanford worked in there. Auburn shut down LSU 67-49. Sanford is off to a 7-0 start in SoCon play. They beat East Tennessee 64-59. Logan Dye had 19, 17 from Jermaine Marshall last night. Circle next Wednesday night, Sanford at Furman. That'll be a massive game in the SoCon regular season. When we come back, a little bit more on Rashada, the guy who said no to Florida. LT brought him up earlier about his NIL problems, but there are some destinations that could be interesting. One of the few teams that were down in the mix to him was Ole Miss. Could Ole Miss still add one more quarterback after getting Spencer Sanders today? We'll talk about Rashada Landing's places coming up in just a little bit on the show that's being brought to you today in part by our friends at Slice Pizza. If you're looking for a nice hot slice today on a 68-degree day, Slice Pizza is the place to go.
Yeah, I'm already making plans to go there on Saturday. Had it just a couple of weeks ago. And the newest location, I'm not sure if it's open because I've been out of town, but they've got the new location coming to Crestline. It should be open this week. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo. It's local pizza, local ingredients. Fantastic. Don't forget about the Curbside Family Pack Special. $75. You get 12 fire-baked wings with your choice of blue cheese or ranch dressing. You get half pan of the salad. Any two of those specialty pizzas. Get into one of the 4 locations or online at slicebirmingham.com.
How different farming? Next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Our friends at New Life bring us the viewing menu all the time. Before we hear about New Life and what Tyler's watching tonight, is there a musical artist you'd love to see a biopic on right now? I bring it up because there's one coming out. The guy who made Bohemian Rhapsody, Graham King, is doing another one.
So I thought Bohemian Rhapsody was well done. The Elton John one was well done. I know a lot of people didn't like it because it had some musical elements to it. The Biggie and the Tupacs were terrible.
But did Graham King do that one? He's the one that did Bohemian Rhapsody, so that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Is there an artist you'd like to see?
I'd like to see Leonard Skinner.
Oh, yeah.
I went and watched that same night that you brought it up. I went and watched it that night.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. But it's not the best one. It's not the best one.
I know, but you could do something from when they were all in high school together in Jacksonville, and their recordings leading up to the plane crash.
There's a better Leonard Skinner documentary than the one you.
I've seen both.
Better than If I Leave Here Tomorrow?
Yeah, there's a better one than that one.
Oh, I need to find it.
With a lot of in-concert stuff. But that was a good one. Michael Jackson is who they're going to do.
I have zero interest in watching it.
The Michael Jackson biopic.
Again, I can't believe we still celebrate this guy.
Zero interest in watching that.
That is coming out. Graham King is starting the works on that one. What else Tyler is watching tonight, being brought to you by our friends at New Life.
Hey, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787, or you can view his incredible work online. Go to danielmooreart.com.
All right, so it's a big night for Netflix tonight. First up, we got a new series premiere. It's called Junji Ito's Maniac, Japanese Tales of the Macabre. So it's a anthology series all based on Junji Ito's characters. So there's some of his artwork right there.
Oh, yeah.
Think,
hard pass
Tales
on this
from the
one.
Crypt, but
I like Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, but scarier, he said. Okay.
So you got that. And then if you want something lighter, Netflix is launching their reboot of That 70s Show today called That 90s Show. Supposed to star most of the original cast. I know Kurtwood Smith is returning as Red Foreman, and a lot of the original cast will return in guest spots.
God,
And
so
I never watched that 70s show.
I didn't either, but we're old enough that 90s show is what that 70s show was. How old am I?
But that 70s show was really good if you didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it, but it
really
was
good.
acclaimed.
Yeah. And Leighton loved it. I'll never forget, though, I was watching, it was a San Francisco 49ers game, and it had some of the cast of that 70s show on promoting it. It was about to debut. And one of those guys was doing a push-up on the sideline, and whoever the color analyst was like, I bet that kid can't do 5 push-ups. So I've been out for a while, but Forrester, I took your advice and watched the hatchet-wielding hitchhiker. It was okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody got their head chopped?
No, it was a little wild. And I told you guys, I don't know if you'd like it, but The Last of Us on
Rockstar
HBO,
gave that one.
It was fantastic.
Yeah. Guy's a little, he's a little out there, isn't he?
Who's that?
The hatchet wielding hitchhiker.
He's out there, Scott?
He's out there.
Batshit crazy is what he is.
So that's what everyone is watching, and what some of us are not watching tonight. Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Don't forget, Daniel Moore always has some great classic pictures for you to go look back into the archives and find.
Yeah, just go to DanielMooreArt.com and you can check out everything in New Life Art. Again, bringing you those memorable sports moments for over 40 years, DanielMooreArt.com.
Clint in Birmingham, 7340923 as we continue on the phones here. Hey, Clint, how are you?
Oh, doing all right, guys.
Good.
I wanted to talk about the women announcers.
All right.
I was talking about this with my wife. She came in and sat down a couple of minutes after the game started, and I said, I don't know if I can watch this. And she said the same thing. I don't think the women fans like it.
No, my wife had a similar reaction. I had that game on, and she walked through and literally said, all right, actually, I think it was one of the bowl games where a female was doing the play-by-play, and she's like, a female should not be doing men's sports. I mean, that's for my wife, who's a female. I mean, it's just, I mean, you can't say this without people, labeling you something, but it's just not what men want when they're watching the sport. And the vast majority of your play-by-play viewers are men.
I can say it. Nobody knows me. You guys might not.
Oh, I don't care. People know me. I don't care. I'm saying it. I mean, it's what it is. I'm just saying you're going to get labeled some things. I don't really care what people label me as. I know who I am. I'm just saying men don't want to see that.
I agree with you. Listen, for girls softball, that lady that was on there the other night, she does girls softball, and I think she does a really good job. The color analyst, I think she does a good job with softball.
Yeah.
But I agree with Lance. In my opinion now, this is just all the woke culture.
No, again, I bring it back up. The Gatorade commercial, the big girl on her head. I mean,
that's a commercial. I don't really care about that.
I know, but I mean, it's just being forced.
Yeah, but I mean, in the game, I am stuck watching the game for 2 or 3 hours. I want to try to maximize my enjoyment of it. And listen, if the bad announcer's a dude, it's just as bad. He's a bad announcer.
So Rashada moving to other places, as we teased forward in college football here, Arizona State is a place that is being discussed now because that's where Kenny Dillingham left Oregon to go there. So I find it hard to believe that if I'm so tied to NIL money, like Rashada was at Florida and was at Miami before he decommitted Miami to go to Florida, that I'm going to end up at some of these places that are being mentioned. Now, he is a California kid.
But how do they have the money?
But Arizona State and Kenny Dillingham, there's no way he's going to get – I mean, I can't even picture them paying him $1 million.
And, in whoever's mind it was, one of his parents, the uncle, whoever it is that is brokering this deal, they've already spent that money in their head. So they're not going to want less than $13 million.
If $13 million is the going price, we can narrow this discussion very, very quickly.
Or $6 million, as you said, may have been the starting price. Or was that Neil?
That's what Neil said. Neil said that Ole Miss, the people at Ole Miss, when they were recruiting him back in the summer, thought the starting price was $6 million. That got you in the conversation.
Now, that's not for a year. It's for his whole career.
Yeah.
No, I get that.
Yeah, okay.
But still, $13 million is a lot because you don't know how this is going to pan out.
Arizona State does have Drew Pine they've had come over. But, Kenny Dillingham is there. I mean, he did do something. But, again, I don't picture them being in the NIL game. Mr. Rashada said that Cal was very much on his radar before he decided to go to Miami and then to Florida. Can't see Cal coming up with any NIL money.
I mean, you'd be lucky to get dollars there, much less millions of.
Washington and Oregon were also on his list before he came to the NIL world of the state of Florida. Washington, they'll be losing Michael Penix Jr., and then Oregon will be losing Bo Nix. I mean, those are interesting destinations, but they don't seem like – Washington doesn't seem like an NIL hot player yet, but Oregon does.
Oregon does because of the Nike money. It's funny, though. I was listening to a recruiting expert yesterday. I forgot who the guy's name was, but he was talking about – he was like, this kid is good, but this is one of the best quarterback classes we've ever seen coming out. And he's not even close to the top 3 or 4 guys at least coming out right now.
Ole Miss, obviously, he was in the mix before he picked Florida. And then the one other one that's in the mix there, Texas A&M.
Well, I mean, look, money's not an issue there.
Money's not an issue.
That oil money goes a long way, I'm told.
And where they've been coming up short?
Quarterback
play.
Oh, boy, what a combustible situation. You got Petrino, you've got Fisher, and if you throw this situation in there, what a recipe for combustion.
So we'll see where Rashada ends up. There's just some of the names the folks at 24/7 and The Athletic were combined mentioning of possible landing spots for Rashada there. All right, Trash, Andy Kennedy, and a lot more still to come on the show today. We'll hear more from what Wendell Green said last night after Auburn's win over LSU on the road. They get South Carolina. Bama gets Missouri on the road this weekend. Missouri with that comeback win. You spoke of a bad beat. All Arkansas was up 10 with 7:50 to go. Missouri comes back to win it 79-76. We'll do some crying Eric Musselman when we come back on the show. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. That look ahead brought to you by Michelson.
969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Find out if LASIK is right for you in 2023. Again, I went in over 20 years ago, got the procedure done. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. To find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision today, 969-8100. Visit michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, truly changing my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call today, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 23rd kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School, license number 154952.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Earlier in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Riley wrote in, LT, you told the caller that Broadway got you up in Nashville. He reminds you of the Morgan Wallen song, Broadway Girls. You got to leave them alone. That's the lyric from Morgan Wallen. Broadway girls.
No, I think it was more.
There's a lot of them.
They're up to no good.
Yeah, well, I do believe there's probably some of that. I could not believe Sunday night, and so I was in for a funeral. So it was obviously a sad situation, but it was also fun seeing fraternity brothers I haven't seen in years.
Mm-hmm.
And so we went out and had a little fun on Sunday night. But I can't believe. I mean, Broadway is like the new Vegas.
It is so fun.
On Sunday night, though, it was completely packed out.
I would take Broadway 1,000 times before I ever go to Bourbon Street again. I would take Nashville 1,000 times before I ever go to Atlanta again. I love Nashville. I love Broadway. Broadway is fantastic.
The problem is there was probably a time in the 70s or 60s that Bourbon Street was like what Broadway is now.
That's right. And it got ruined.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not what it used to be. Bourbon is. And listen, even Bourbon in its prime, that's just not really it's fun one time. I can go to Broadway. So much live music. And, I mean, you just go to a bar. If you don't like them, you bail and you go to the next door bar and they got a live.
Well, and if you go with somebody that really knows the ins and outs of Nashville. So I met our buddy Richard Holland, the Kicking It Coolers guy.
Yeah.
He put us some new product. I brought it down. But, I mean, he is completely wired up in that town. And so he knew different places where we should go. And you'll never believe, we went to a hole-in-the-wall Monday night. Guess who was in there drinking?
Who?
Morgan Wallen.
Close. Casey from Yellowstone.
Oh, really?
Wow.
How about that?
And our friend Shelly, Jimmy's wife, she didn't know who he was, of course. And she keeps going up to him, why do people think you're so important?
Oh, boy. I can see that happening. Not long ago, Bluebird Cafe, Garth Brooks just did a pop-in concert there.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what's wild.
Yeah, Richard was saying Sunday, Mondays, you never know who you're going to see out. Those are the big nights for the celebrities.
Because, I mean, people know this, but a lot of these acts that are about to go on tour, they want to try to refine their show a little bit. So what better place to do it than just go to some crowded honky-tonk where, you could sing the worst concert you've ever sung, but I got to see Garth Brooks free,
Yeah, so glad to have LT back. Glad to have you with us today live on the show this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch right now. Sterling and his crew, first, unbelievable customer service, but it's a destination place for for lunches.
You can have a wedding there.
Yeah, Sterling will let you. Sterling will let you do a wedding there. It's champy'schicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by there, order a beautiful, beautiful plate of Southern fried chicken, all the great sides, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, and everything. Perfect for meetings, for watching football this weekend. Champy'schicken.com. They bring you this hour. Last night, Auburn wins again. It's become a pattern, 4-game win streak. Their first win in Baton Rouge since 2017. They beat LSU 67-49. Wendell Green big again. He and Jalen Williams had 14 each. Wendell was big during the 15-2 run that won the game in the second half for number 16 Auburn. Here's Wendell Green after the contest.
When you guys rough start to the second half, but then I think y'all went on a 22-7 run right after that. What was the key to kind of get back going and take control of the game?
It's our defense. We came out. I think they scored 14 straight points. We knew we had to step our defense back up, and that's what we did, and we held it steady for the rest of the game.
Another good shooting performance for y'all from outside, percentage-wise. Just what's been the difference for y'all here recently, hitting shots from deep?
Guys just taking open shots, finding an open man, making an extra pass, not being selfish, and we're taking the right shots. That's the main thing.
Yeah, no turnovers for you tonight. Hey, just how crucial was that in a game like this against LSU?
It's big. I'm the point guard. We're on the road. I got to lead the team with that, so that's the biggest thing I'm proud of myself tonight. Hopefully I can keep that going.
They're off to South Carolina this weekend, another road game before they get back home. Sanford ends up going now 7-0 in the SoCon. What were they, 7-6?
Yeah, they started 7-0, and then I think went on a 6-game losing skid, and now they're on a 7-game winning streak. Yeah, so they are the definition of a streaky team this year.
And the very respected SoCon, 7-0. They beat East Tennessee State last night, 64-59, and now they got a big game with Furman next Wednesday on the road that everybody's saying is going to be maybe the regular season game of the year in the SoCon. To circle that next Wednesday for Bucky's team as they hit the road. We told you yesterday at the end of the show, Kendall Briles is off to TCU. Some other college football news. But we want to get back and continue this basketball conversation here. Brown, in just a little bit, is going to give us something that has been undefeated at picking a national championship since 2002. That's a long time, 2 decades now of picking the national champion. He'll give you that formula coming up in this segment, coming up in a bit. But a couple of wild things last night. One, Brown touched on it earlier. Florida scored 12 points. 12 in the first half.
7.7, I believe, Jim, was their percentage from the field. I don't know that I've ever seen a single-digit shooting percentage from a quality conference college basketball team.
They're playing Texas A&M. They score 12 in the first half, but they score 40 in the second half. And the amazing thing about this, they almost came back and won the basketball game.
That's incredible, yeah.
Texas A&M beat them 54-52 in that game last night after scoring 12. That would have been maybe the worst loss ever for Texas A&M if you hold a team to 12 in the first half and you still lose the basketball game, but they hold on and win it by 2.
Yeah, my niece just started playing basketball, and really I think that they can top out 12. Not probably in a half of basketball, but that's pathetic.
Yeah, 12 is not good. 5-0 is Texas A&M. But the biggest collapse of the night, it almost happened to Texas A&M, but it did happen to Arkansas. They led by 10 with only 7:50 to go in the game, and they end up losing 79-76. Now, in that game, Arkansas had 4 starters foul out. 4 of them, Arkansas, fouled out. Games being played where?
Columbia.
Oh, was it in Columbia last night?
Yeah.
Okay, it was in Columbia. I thought it was in Fayetteville.
Yeah.
He had complained about the officials in Fayetteville. Now they're on the road. But Eric Musselman, who was during the Alabama game, was talking about, I've never seen the home team not get calls, basically, is what he was saying last time. Well, this time he's talking about 4 hogs that got sent to the pit really quick. Here's Musselman last night.
I thought our competitive nature tonight was at a high level. It's a basketball team that has not figured out how to win down the stretch. But from a competitive standpoint and playing hard, some of the things that we've worked on the last few days, foul shooting was much improved at 89. I just have never coached in a game where 4 players foul out. And the opposition shoots 40 free throws. That's 36 free throws, 36 free throws, and 40. We haven't caught any breaks. We didn't walk into the building tonight, thinking that we'd have 4 players foul out, but that's what happened. And a great job on the backboards, basically doubling them up on the glass, but the turnovers too much. And then, on the floor, trying to keep composure and close games, has got to, all you can do is gain experience through this.
So that's Musselman, who did say, I can't talk about officiating several times. He goes back to those fouls a lot, and he did it after the loss to Alabama. They also lost at Vandy. They are a talented roster that has lost its way right now.
Yeah, I agree. Again, they're not whole. You've got injuries. They're major injuries. And that was a bad beat because I had Arkansas plus 2.5 is what it went off at.
So at one point, you're up plus 12 with 7:50 to go.
Yeah, plus 12.5. End up losing that game. Missouri hits a couple of free throws right there at the end after Arkansas hits a 3 to put them in that situation. But, Arkansas still shot 26 free throws themselves. 40 is a lot. I'll give you that. But stop fouling so much.
Well, that's
right.
3 straight games with different officiating crews. So either the word is out on you on something you're doing and all the crews are looking for it, or you're just fouling a lot. And every crew's calling it like they see it. That's one of those 2 things has to be true. Do we really think there is any reason that the SEC would have a grudge against?
No.
And keep in mind, too, SEC doesn't – it's not SEC officials. It's college basketball officials.
Yeah, that's exactly right. No, I never bring in that officials have grudges on anybody. It's just amazing to me that coaches, instead of changing the way they coach –
They cry?
They are crying about the officiating instead of maybe teaching your guys how to play a little bit better defense.
Yeah, well, immediately, Landmine Believer in the Vulcan Tower and Automotive chat room says Muss is worse than Dabo. Chase says Cal and Musselman have some similarities, don't they?
They do have some similarities.
Cal's got a lot more wins and a championship.
I was about to say.
That's the one similarity they don't have.
Yeah, pretty crazy with Eric Musselman where Arkansas is right now. They were a team that was in the Elite 8 last year, and they are now going to be out of the top 25. They're, 1-5 now in the league, 1-5 in the SEC. I still think they'll get this together eventually. I keep waiting for them to get it together, but at some point you're going to start playing some really good teams. You've lost to Missouri and Vandy now. You've lost to Auburn. You've lost to Alabama. At some point here, I think you lost to LSU.
Well,
at some point here, you're about to start playing those teams again.
You're going to be favored your next 2 games. You've lost 4 straight, but you've got Ole Miss and LSU coming to town.
If you can't beat Ole Miss.
Yeah, you better win them.
Yeah. But then you got to go to Baylor.
That's a tough game, top 25 team.
Then you got A&M at home in South Carolina. So they should win 4 of their next 5.
Yeah.
They should.
And they're good enough to beat Baylor.
They are, yeah.
On paper.
But to your point, then you flip around and you've still got Alabama left to play. Yeah. You've still got Tennessee left to play, both on the road. You've still got Kentucky left to play.
Yeah, so you got some big games, but still feels like a tournament team to me. But, geez, that guy, he's got to do something different. I thought he was a guy that if I was Texas – he was one of the first names I would have called.
Yeah,
I don't know so much anymore. Our friends at Way to Wellness, Fort Brown gives us something that is unbeaten at picking the college basketball national champion since 2002, and I will promise you it's not Brown's bracket.
Nope.
That is coming up in just a second, but our friends at Way to Wellness want you to be undefeated when it comes to getting healthy in 2023. Maybe your cholesterol numbers are too high, your blood pressure numbers are too high, or maybe the scale is just too high. Our friends at Way to Wellness can help you drop some weight and get all those significant numbers in line. You can do that by going to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Just type that in, and you will be taken to the Way to Wellness website. Leslie and her board-certified members have a specific plan they'll design for you. They have a consultation meeting with you, and they'll come up with a specific plan. It's not some cookie-cutter plan that every other operation's rolling out for you. Here, you take this, you do this, you eat this meal, you do that. This is a different plan for everyone, specifically for what your needs are. And that's one thing you do in that free consultation. You come up with your goals, what you're trying to do. Hey, do I want to fit into a wedding dress? Not me, but maybe somebody else does. Or if I want to look good by the pool or the beach this year, I want to lose 30 pounds, 40 pounds, 45 pounds. That's what you do in that consultation with Leslie. All you have to do is get that free consultation is go to the website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Tell him you heard Dunaway talking about it, that you'd like to, look better than he does. That's pretty easy for Leslie and her team over there. Planforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living, no contract and no sign-up fees.
All right, KenPom, Ken Pomeroy. You hear us mention KenPom a lot. We shouldn't assume everybody knows what we're talking about here, but Ken Pomeroy does a basketball analytics website called KenPom. You'll hear Andy Kennedy talk about it. You hear Nate Oates talk about it. You hear Bruce Pearl talk about it. Coaches love it. And one reason I think they love it is because I think it has stood the test of time and has proven valuable, right? These coaches wouldn't embrace his analytics if they didn't have some value.
That's right.
If they didn't see value in it.
They think a lot of it.
I can't find any more value in it than to say that they have got a criteria that has correctly predicted a national champion every year they've been in existence. In other words, they've been around since 2002. There has not been a single national champion in that time frame that has not fit into this criteria.
Right.
Okay?
So it could
not
be
a single one.
It could be 4 teams. It could be 20 teams. It could be 10 teams. It has to be in a certain criteria.
It has to be KenPom teams that are top 40 in their adjusted offensive efficiency and top 25 in their adjusted defensive efficiency. So a top 40 offensive team, top 25 defensive team. You have to be both those to fit into this, okay? There are 9. You ready for them?
It's only 9.
Only 9 right now. And if we could lose one soon. You'll see in a moment. Only 9 right now.
Okay, but to be unbeaten, this is at the end of the year they fit that criteria.
That's right.
Okay.
So we may do this periodically just to check in and see where everybody stands.
And I think some of these are obvious.
Okay, give me an obvious one.
An obvious one is going to be Houston.
Houston is 8th in their adjusted offense, 2nd in an adjusted defense. They're number 1 in the nation, number 1 in KenPom. They are in.
I think Purdue is going to be obvious.
Purdue is their top offensive team in the nation, adjusted offense, and 28th defensively.
So does that fall outside?
That falls outside.
Oh, see, that's Purdue just misses it.
Yeah, Purdue just misses it.
I think Alabama is going to be pretty obvious.
Alabama is 12-6. Alabama's 12th in offense, 6th in defense. So the Crimson Tide is in there. 1 of 8. I said 9 earlier. It's 8. I apologize. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Jeff makes a great point. KenPom is forward-looking. Everything else is backwards looking.
Yes, it's a predictive model. Yep.
I think Kansas State's in there.
Kansas State is not. I'll tell you if you'll give me 2 seconds where they fall out. I didn't write them down. I did write down Purdue because they're number 1 offensively.
Yeah, but see, what's crazy is he looks that up. Yesterday, we never got to it, but I was reading someone who says, give me your wildest but most realistic Final Four that you could do. And my 4 that I wrote down, one of the names was Kansas State.
Well, I don't think it's going to be wild by the time we get to the end of the season. I mean, you see, they're probably going to be in the top 10 next poll that comes out.
But in KenPom, they're 35th offense, 39th defense. They barely even fit in the offensive metric. They're well outside the defensive metric.
Is Gonzaga on there?
Gonzaga is not. Gonzaga is so bad defensively, 69th in their adjusted defense.
Okay, this will be my last guess. Iowa State.
Iowa State is not, Lance.
Wow.
Iowa State falls way out offensively, 72nd offensively.
Well, how many of my 4 of my wildest but realistic, I mean, you can't be extremely wild, are in there? I said Alabama. You said they're in there.
Alabama is absolutely in, yes.
I wrote down Kansas State.
Kansas State is not in there.
Not in there. I wrote down Illinois.
Illinois is the one that is so wild. So what did I tell you? It's 40th offensively and 25th defensively.
Right.
Illinois is 40th offensively and 25th defensively.
Oh, wow. They're right on the...
I mean, they are hanging on the edge of the cliff right now.
Remember, they had lost all their Big Ten games, and now they've won 3 in a row, so they're
13,
trending.
They're 13-5, and they are barely in this thing.
And then my 4th one, they had a big win last night, Marquette.
Marquette is not in it. Let me see where Marquette misses. 90th defensively.
Okay.
Second offensively, 90th defensively.
Okay.
So here are your teams. Houston, Alabama.
Okay.
UConn.
Oh, wow. They're trending bad right now.
Yeah, but still 14th offensively, 12th defensively.
Okay.
Kansas.
Okay.
UCLA.
Always good tournament time.
Virginia.
Yeah.
And the one nobody will think of, Creighton.
Yep. Was so many. I mean,
11-8. Creighton,
yeah, I was about to say Creighton's not even getting in.
I know. 28th offensively, 20th defensively.
They played such a tough schedule though in November and December and lost all those games. It seemed like the tough quality games.
Yeah. So I mean, if you like Lance said, Creighton's not even in the tournament right now, probably at 11-8.
Okay.
But
so,
they fit in that criteria.
So we will do this on the running on the reg every. Let's do it every other week, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Every other week.
As it change, unless somebody like if Alabama were to slip out or somebody slips in, like people would ask about Auburn. They are 59th offensively. They qualify defensively at 11th, but 59th offensively. That's well off the pace. But if that ever changes, yeah.
It wouldn't be bad for Taylor to send that out on social media either. Give it to me again. The 8 teams that if this holds up at the end of the year, your national champion usually comes from this group.
Houston, Alabama, UConn, Kansas, UCLA, Virginia, Creighton, and Illinois. Those are your teams right now.
Wow. All right. That's from our friends at KenPom there. And we'll talk a little KenPom, a little UAB basketball with Andy Kennedy coming up at the top of the hour. Trash is in our next segment. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic and everybody under the roof there at Greystone.
Yeah, including Element Wellness. You can see more at elementwellness.me on everything I'm about to tell you. Elementwellness.me right there in Tattersall Park off 119 and 280 in the Greystone area. Everything from the red light therapy to the infrared sauna, cryotherapy, the IV bag infusions, everything to make you look better, feel better, and heal better in 2023 is right there at Element Wellness. Elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me.
Chris Ford passed away, 74-year-old former Celtic. If you did not remember who Chris Ford was, he is a trivia question. He is the first person ever to hit a three-pointer in NBA history.
Oh, really?
So he was playing when they put in the three-point line in the NBA. I don't even know what year that was, but Chris Ford was the first to ever hit a three-pointer in the game, passed away at the age of 74. And if you're looking for good basketball tonight, a good double-header with our boy Barkley on TNT. Golden State and Boston, 6:30 on TNT. Then Nets and Suns out in the desert at 9 o'clock. If you want to watch a couple of good NBA regular season games going tonight. We'll do trash when we come back right here on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl. Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Before we get to trash, Brown wants to clean up a little dead wood, or he noticed he made a mistake.
No, I didn't make a mistake. I meant to say this when we were talking about KenPom. It does require a slight explanation. So you got to be top 40 offensive efficiency, top 25 defensive efficiency to win the national championship. But that statistic includes your run through the NCAA tournament. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be there on Selection Sunday to qualify. So my point is, when you look back at all their national champions, they all fit in that window, but you also include their NCAA tournament games, which could help or hurt. Does that make sense?
It does, so it doesn't really help me pick my bracket.
It may not help you pick your bracket unless you find a team that, say, like somebody, I was going to find one somebody brought up, Oklahoma State. 7th defensively, 133rd offensively. There's no way they can work their way into the top 40 through an NCAA tournament. So, yeah, I mean, if you're close and you're picking brackets, I should have pointed out that I meant to, that thus does include historically a look back at their run through the tournament. But you would have to be close for that to play an impact.
LT's got trash in just the second part of our show, being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. He'll send out a lock later on. The lock was on fire last week for sure. I haven't seen you this week. How's the lock doing?
Yeah, it's doing pretty good. Last night we were 3-4 because of Arkansas.
Right.
But it's still been a winning week thus far.
Yeah. So our friends at Hemp Hill Services, they'll help you with all your heating, cooling, and your plumbing needs right there at Hemp Hill. Adam and Chad have been taking care of you for years and years because they fix it right, and they fix it at a very fair price. All you have to do is call this number, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill for all your heating, plumbing, and cooling needs. A couple of more NFL notes before we hit trash here. Do you consider the New York Jets in a quarterback market? Are they shopping for quarterback right now?
Yes. I mean, we know that the Zach Wilson situation has not worked out. I heard somebody yesterday talking about watch out for Jets in San Francisco to come up with a deal for Trey Lance to New York and Zach Wilson to San Francisco. I don't think that really benefits either.
No, it doesn't benefit San Francisco for sure, because I'm not sure Wilson can play in this league.
And Mike White was, a nice story, but he's not going to be long-term. Yeah, they've got to find a quarterback.
What is Wilson's? He's year 2, right?
Year 2.
So you've still got 2 more years on his rookie contract.
On his rookie contract.
Yeah.
But here's the big question now. The Jets are considered by most everybody to have really good parts, except for quarterback play.
Yeah, they were close.
What are you willing to give up of your parts to get into the quarterback game?
Yeah, parts plus draft picks. I mean, that's what it's going to have to be. And I don't know the answer to that question, but you're not going to get there without quarterbacks. So as nice as those parts might be, you got to look and say, am I willing to part with I'll just use Quinnen Williams as an example. All right, I'm not saying that would be it, but if I find a team that needs a Quinnen Williams, would I rather have Quinnen Williams or a quarterback that gets me to the playoffs? I'm going to go quarterback in that situation.
Tripp says the 49ers are going to get a big boatload of stuff if the Titans and the Jets are in a bidding war looking for Trey Lance.
But Lance, the 49ers have 3 quarterbacks that people at least think can play.
Yeah.
I don't know if Trey Lance can or not. I've not seen enough of him.
We know Garoppolo was good enough to get you to a Super Bowl.
That's right. He's done it.
He's got a big price tag, though. His contract's pretty big, so you have to bring that in.
But I don't know if I'm a long-term Brock Purdy buyer. I've seen these stories too many times in the NFL.
I'm not, because of, this was Mr. Irrelevant for a reason. I don't think this is going to be another Tom Brady story. I think because San Francisco is so good roster-wise, I think it camouflages some of the deficiencies.
But I would say, how long of the Tom Brady story did you go before you thought Tom Brady was going to be what he turned into?
Yeah, but he is by far and away the outlier in that situation.
Yeah.
After he beat my Rams.
But I'm just saying that, you'd have to go pretty long ways here before you'd really buy into Brock Purdy, but they don't have that. They don't have that choice. If they don't make a call on Brock Purdy, he's going to end up somewhere else.
He's going to end up somewhere else. But you know where that somewhere else isn't going to have? They're not going to have Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey and that defense. I just don't know that this story works anywhere outside something that's got those kinds of parts.
And then there's the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson. If you're Baltimore, do you give Lamar a mega deal? Do you franchise tag him and push it down the road one more year? And then you have a chance of losing him? Or do you trade him right now? What do you do with Lamar Jackson?
Trade him straight up for Stafford.
Because you want him in L.A.
There's speculation of him in Miami. After that Miami doesn't have the pick that they would need to trade for this year, but if they do the franchise tag on Lamar Jackson, then Miami is back having first-round picks, and Miami will have had another year to evaluate whether they do the optional Tua. So it could time out if he doesn't get dealt this year and they do the franchise tag.
The Achilles heel on Lamar, though, is regular season Lamar to postseason Lamar.
Not been great. But with those weapons in Miami, would you like to see Lamar Jackson with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle?
Oh, hey.
The speed on that team,
With
Lance.
that said, though, I would, if I'm Baltimore, I would re-sign him. I'd find a way to give him a big deal.
You'd give him the $250 million or whatever it's going to be to keep him. Interesting. It doesn't seem like he and the coaching staff get along at all. All right, those are some NFL notes for you as we get ready for the final 8 of the NFL this weekend. 2 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday. But right here, we always take a break from sports conversation to talk about trash.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I swear I heard her on the Bama broadcast the other night.
Leslie Jordan.
Surging interest rates may be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on a new mortgage, a temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program, it lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. So breaking news in the world of entertainment business.
I saw this, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez Reed will each be charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the 2021 fatal shooting on the New Mexico set of the film Rust. official said on Thursday.
What could that carry? Do you know? I was trying to find it in a story and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I did too. I might text our buddy Tommy Spina, and he would probably be able to tell me that. I know state to state's probably different. The interesting thing here is just recently Baldwin was on record saying that everybody in the know that he's talked to said it was highly doubtful that any criminal charges would be placed against him.
Yeah, and that changed quickly.
Yeah, he was wrong.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, for those that are not familiar with the story, what happened on the set? I knew it was a prop gun that ended up.
It was a prop gun that was actually loaded, and it was proclaimed a cold gun to the crew. That's what they called a weapon that doesn't have any rounds in the chamber. And there was a live round, obviously, and it killed the director.
Yeah. So how can,
or cinematographer, and it hurt the director.
So if you're Alec Baldwin, unless you're the one that loaded the gun, if I'm being handed a gun on a set that is being called a cold gun, I mean, it seems like it's the person that's in charge of the guns that should be charged, not Alec Baldwin.
I mean, you would think so.
I think the charges would indicate that might not be the scenario.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like, I haven't really followed it. I remember when it went down, and then every now and then you would see a little story on it, but I didn't keep up with it. So, I don't know. There has to be something that weighed it the way.
Tyler, you have info?
Yeah, so the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed girl, she was a set armorer, and she's been on other projects before. She worked on a Western movie with Nick Cage. Nick Cage kicked her off the set because she was reportedly being unsafe with the guns and bringing live ammo onto set, which has been illegal since the making of The Crow.
Yeah, when Brandon Lee died.
So that's her.
Why would you ever need live ammo?
I don't know. It makes no sense, really.
But then Alec Baldwin's responsibility is because he's the executive producer, and so he's responsible for everything that goes down on set.
Well, there you go. That explains
and
that,
Also, it was a double-action revolver, and it was between takes. He cocked it, pointed it directly at the cinematographer, and fired.
Wow. Yeah. Well, Tyler with all the info.
So it wasn't in a scene. It was between takes, and it wasn't at another actor that he was supposed to shoot in the script.
Yeah.
Like he was,
I think he was like in the corner practicing, right?
Yeah, so it was between takes, and there's conflicting reports on it, but supposedly it was in the middle of an argument between Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Or no, excuse me, not Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, but the cinematographer.
Right.
And
it'd be like if we had prop guns up here, and Brown and I got into one of our little fights, and Brown goes,
all right, done away, and
but
it's got
it's
a live round.
round.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, I'd never do that. Never point even a toy gun at someone.
I'd blame it on Lunsford.
Yes. He's our armorer.
It was Lunsford. Rosebud.
So are we done with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. The city of Chicago's snowplows remain ready to roll out of the gates when the time comes, with a, quote, fleet of over 300 salt spreaders and more than 400,000 tons of salt stationed at salt piles throughout the city. We're about to have a major blizzard throughout the
Oh, are we
Midwest.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God it's not here.
Celebrating those unsung heroes of winter is what led the city of Chicago in December to announce the first annual You Name a Snowplow contest. There's over 20,000 submissions. Here are some highlights.
So we're naming the snowplows?
Yeah, they're going to name their choice by January 31st.
My favorite would be Blitzen.
How about Austin Plowers?
Oh, that's good. I like that.
one,
Yeah.
yes.
C3P Snow.
A Willpowers would be a very low, it would be EV, electric.
We're here to clear the snow.
This one's my favorite. Better Call Salt.
Better Call Salt.
You could actually have a business out of that one, couldn't you?
You could.
Salter Payton. Sammy Snosa.
Oh, I like that one, Sammy Snosa.
And the Super Bowl Shovel.
The Super Bowl Shovel. Very good for Chicago. I like those, man. That's very creative.
I can't believe we didn't have this story on the initial story on trash back in the day, but we've got a Canadian woman who caused more than $10 million in damages after driving drunk. Crashing into a house, causing an explosion, is now suing the concert venue that provided her alcoholic beverages.
This is the aftermath you're showing us, Tyler?
Yeah,
I'll give you the details.
What was she driving, a 747?
Hey, dude, this is crazy. So, as she claims the owners are to blame, the, quote, car bomb fiasco occurred on August 2019 while Daniela Lays, 26, was driving home from a Marilyn Manson concert in London, Ontario. Now, after drinking at the show and getting behind the wheel, Lays crashed her Ford Fusion, registered to her father, into a brick home.
What, a Ford Fusion did that?
It ruptured a gas line.
Nuclear fusion.
Triggered a massive explosion that destroyed 4 houses and injured 7 people. Falling embers led to blazes in several other homes nearby. The entire neighborhood had to be evacuated with gas and water service shut off for the area. All told, the blast reportedly caused damages in the neighborhood of $9.8 million to $14.7 million.
That is incredible.
And she's okay?
Oh, she's fine.
Well, I mean, she may have some time to do, right?
Well, probably a little time.
It's a little bit of a debt.
Or she's going to get those wages garnished for a while.
If she doesn't win this lawsuit. Holy crap.
Yeah, it'd be tough to pay back.
Yeah. Least surprising part of the story was Marilyn Manson concert after you showed the photo, by the way. That was...
Yeah, crashing the Ford Fusion after a Marilyn Manson concert was...
That all added up at that point. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys... hold that picture up for us. So that mattress right there, I don't know if you've ever had an inexpensive mattress before.
Almost like a phone booth.
Oh, the box spring right there?
Yeah, how thin is that wood?
Oh, I know.
I mean,
you break those in a heartbeat,
how do you make wood that thin?
I know.
Yeah. That's it.
That's all Jim had on that.
So with technology now, all these delivery services out there, how about Walmart has got a drone delivery service?
Well, I've seen this, the start of this.
It was a decade ago. It was in a commercial.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's so many questions I have, Lance.
So 36 drone delivery hubs across 7 states, including Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, North Carolina, Texas, Utah, and Virginia. According to Walmart, they've completed over 6,000 deliveries to customers in as little as 30 minutes over a span of 2022. Now, the top 5 items delivered by drone from Walmart last year in order: great value cookies and cream, ice cream pint, 2-pound bag of lemons, freshness guaranteed hot rotisserie chicken, 8.4 fluid ounce can of Red Bull, and Bounty Select sized paper towels.
I guess, my question is, Jim, on this is my lot has a lot of trees. Yeah, I'm concerned with the drone being able to, maneuver the trees and get to the place I need this delivered to.
Not really your problem, though, is it?
But I mean, we fly our drones to make attacks halfway around the world from Las Vegas.
We do that. I'm assuming we're not using the same technology at Walmart.
I bet we are. I bet we are.
The government is using.
I mean, we
so.
probably have 2.0 version of what the military was using 20 years ago. It's probably what Walmart's using now, which makes me wonder how good our drones are now. Looks like we're not even using those anymore. Hey, let's sell those off for parts to Walmart.
Walmart will take them off for heads. The Trip's right in the Volk Tower Automotive chat room. Porch Pirate's going to have a blast intercepting these zones.
But what if we arm these drones, and if they try to steal it, we can drop them?
It's still got the military technology.
Yeah.
Those of us who reach for a cup of coffee in the morning, which I think is done away, right?
Oh, I have usually share one every morning. Well, my buddy Scott back there.
This study says you might want to leave it until 1:27 p.m.
1:27, Jim.
I can't make it to 1:27 without it.
They said that's the time office workers hit a slump. A new study has revealed researchers claim to have established precise time staffs are at their most and least productive.
That's usually when I go to the diet soda.
Now, from a peak at 10:22 a.m., they hit their first slump at 1:27 p.m., followed by another at 2:06 p.m. Now, the study by agency Office Freedom found that employees felt tired 3 times on average over a working day, with spending too much time at a computer, not taking enough breaks, the main reasons for this.
I agree, though. Those are I've mentioned this to you guys before, and I think y'all have experienced it as well. I am fine once I wake up and get in the shower, have a cup of coffee in the morning, but I am fine until mid-afternoon. Our show ends at 1, and then my hardest time of feeling the most tired is like 2 to 4 in the afternoon.
I agree completely.
But once 5:30 comes, I'm good to go and have a hard time going to sleep. But 2 to 4 in the afternoon, if I'm not doing anything, I fight being the old man that falls asleep on the couch.
I can't go home and watch anything on TV after the show. I fall asleep every single time.
Yes.
Every single time.
Yes.
Now, the research carried out by one poll found more than half, 54%, agreed they thrived around colleagues in the office compared to working from home by themselves. 38% said being in an office environment helped boost their productivity, compared to 22% who felt it hindered their ability to work. For almost 2/3 of workers, 65% being around colleagues is the best part of being in the office.
Are you straight black coffee? You ever go straight black?
Straight black is
seriously. That's the only way you do it.
Yeah, that's the way we drink it. In the
Scott
morning.
too. Scott, you're a straight black guy.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Like so, no sugar, no creamer. Y'all are just straight black coffee drinkers.
Black coffee. Unless I do iced coffee, I'll put a little dot of cream in the in an iced coffee. But if it's hot, it's black.
Straight black.
I'd be creaming mine up, man.
Have you ever
and sugar?
Have you ever had straight black?
Half and half. Yeah, I've had straight black.
I've never had straight black coffee.
By the way, Lance's name came up in the Dunaway bedroom last night. I was
context, please.
Well, yeah, so we'll need context.
Maggie has
Do we
gone.
want context?
I think so. Yes.
Maggie has gone through a little. She's learning how to sleep differently, breathing through her nose instead of her mouth while she sleeps, and so she has this tape now that she puts on her upper lip that basically tapes her mouth closed. While she sleeps.
Of everybody on the show, I did not think Dunaway would be the first one to tape his wife's mouth closed.
And I said, oh, this is interesting technology. Lance would love this.
Hey, put that tape on, the game starting.
Hilarious. McDonald's customer who swung by the drive-thru for a sausage McMuffin got a surprise extra side in the form of several Ziploc bags full of cash.
Ooh, this is a movie. This is my movie idea. You remember that?
Yep.
Okay.
Lucky driver, Hosea
You
Vargas,
say lucky. Yeah.
was about to tuck into the fast food when he found wads of dollar bills in the plastic to-go bag. He got straight on TikTok to actually document his find.
That was not smart.
Video has since had more than 891,000 views. Now he goes on to say, quote, "What's in the bag? They're effing deposits," Vargas said in the TikTok video. "Just a couple of $1,000s here. Like, what is this? Why would they do this?" But he goes on to say, "Now I have to return this because I'm a good person." Now, Vargas did not reveal the location of the restaurant, did not walk away with the bags of money. He did get free McDonald's for 1 month and $200 as a thank you.
Yeah, so Tyler, my movie script here. My movie script. What are you doing, Dunaway?
I'm looking for Lunsford. He's not back.
Oh, my movie script here, Tyler, is families just minding their own business going through a drive-through window. They don't know that this is where the drug mules pass the money and the drugs is through the window. The bags get mixed up. The family's handed the money bag with their food. They don't realize that they get down the road, and then they discover we got this bag full of money. That's where the movie starts.
I like it. I'd watch it.
Yeah.
Enforcer is right. Did not work out well in No Country for Old
It does not.
Men.
You don't keep that money.
You got to get the tracking device out.
You do not. You don't keep the money.
Well, Lunsford had asked the question yesterday. How much money was in the satchel? It's handed to you outside. Somebody pulls up in a car.
$100 million?
Somebody pulled. How much money was in the briefcase that was handed? You said you asked us a question.
It was your question. Open the door so you could hear it. It was your question yesterday. It was your question yesterday.
I'm walking out of the grocery store.
And somebody hands me a bag.
And a car pulls up and hands me a bag with money.
Rockstar asked that question, not me.
Okay, well, what was the question?
It was you walk out of a grocery store and somebody just sets down a bag with or a briefcase with like $100 million and walks off.
It says it's for you.
It says for you and walks off with no other context. Do you take it?
No, you do not.
Do you take it, LT?
They say it's for me, yeah.
I told Lunsford you live the rest of your life wondering if today's the day I get shot in the back.
Got to go sometime.
Apologize, Lunsford. That was Rockstar. Now I think about that. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Trade.
Yeah, and home values are on the rise right now, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right, they've got the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. They're mortgage experts. Just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions, guide you through the home buying process, make the most of the current housing market by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Become a homeowner today or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, let's make that a poll question. Brown, tell us about World of Wills.
All right.
And then I want to tell you one of the reasons I love what we do here.
Okay. All right. I look forward to that. World of Wills is something to look forward to as well. There, Jimmy D. 52nd Annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. February 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the BJCC Convention Complex. I think I got the email. I need to go back and look. JJ going to be on the show. He's going to be there. Jimmy Walker also coming on the show with us. Why?
I was thinking JJ Pruitt for a second. I was like, great. I'd love to see JJ.
We need to get JJ Pruitt on the show. I love JJ. Yeah, Jimmy Walker, JJ from Good Times, going to be on the show. Also, Friday night, 6 o'clock, you're going to get Thompson Square. 30-minute performance followed by autograph session with the band. Joe and Amanda Martin from Iron Resurrection. They're going to be there as well. Get more info, worldofwills.net. Advance tickets at any Birmingham O'Reilly Auto Parts stores.
So let's make it a poll question as well. Somebody pulls up to you as you're walking out of a grocery store. Here's $1 million. It's for you, and they just speed off. What do you do with that $1 million? Give her some options in the commercial break, Brown. Some options you can do with that $1 million. What I love about this show, who knows what Lunsford was doing? You know, he was off doing something else, helping the company out.
Sure, something important, I'm sure.
And he comes walking back from our speaker round, walking past our big glass wall over here.
Right.
And he stops because he hears his name. We're talking to him through a glass wall.
Thick glass.
I just like how I'm busy doing real work and I hear my name get called out and you're trashing me.
And then Brown screams at him, open the door and walk in.
He was looking at us like, I can't even say, well, open the door.
Come in.
Come on, Lunsford.
Come in one time. So I love our setup up here. When we come back, a little bit more football conversation from the college game, and then we'll talk to Andy Kennedy at the top of the hour right here on The Next Round.
Remember in that season. Follow Rockstar on Twitter at Rockstar BHM.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at The Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Remember, spring and summer's coming. Great time to enjoy wonderful clear, crisp, smooth tequila. The world's first clear multi-age tequila is Dobel Diamante. They age it in a European oak barrel, double filter it to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping and mixing. Ask for it by name, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Just ask for the Diamante. They'll know what you're talking about wherever you buy your tequila. Did you guys, when Josh Pate was on earlier, it's worth going back and watching and listening. We talked to Josh about a variety of different things. But for Josh Pate, I said, man, USC looks like they did not get handed a nice parting gift by the Pac-12 schedulers. I mean, sort of everybody plays this sort of schedule, minus Notre Dame, tough opponent, but it's a rivalry. So earlier in the year, because it is a Week 7 game, because it's at South Bend, you play Notre Dame, but then the Pac-12 controls who you play after that. They give you Utah. Could be maybe the best team in the league again. Then you play Washington, tough game. They can schedule anybody after Washington. They give you road trip to Oregon. And then, by the way, back it up with rival UCLA and then give you a bye Week 13. Didn't look like the Pac-12 did USC any favors with this schedule.
It's a brutal schedule. Again, USC more than likely will open
top 5.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Well, you close. I would say worst top 7 because Florida State teams like that will get thrown in the mix now.
USC will be ahead of Florida State.
Florida State's going to be a sexy pick. I think USC will be ahead of them.
Yeah, it'll be close.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think they open 8-0. And, I mean, people might say it's tricky road trip to Colorado. Yeah, I think
they get them through Notre Dame?
I guess through Utah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6-0 is what I meant.
Okay.
So 6-0 and then Notre Dame, Utah.
Yeah, and then, I mean, outside of Cal, it is brutal.
It is. I mean, that finish, Notre Dame, Utah, Cal, Washington, Oregon, UCLA. So USC gets 2 byes. It should be noted because they play a Week 0 game against San Jose State.
That's right.
But nobody else in the Pac-12 has a bye after the first or the end of November. So they're the only Pac-12 team that's got or the end of October, the only Pac-12 team that's even got a November bye. And it's right at the end of the season.
And it's on rivalry weekend after you've already played your rival.
That's right.
UCLA.
Because UCLA plays Cal the next week. They've only got the single bye. They play Cal the next week.
This could be a situation, though, where they're playing 5 of their final 6 games against top 15 teams, which means, hey, look, you run this thing, you're going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be feast or famine. This is either going to get them in the playoff or cost them the playoff in all likelihood.
But if I'm protecting a national championship contender, and I don't know how much they think about this, I think I could spread that schedule out a little bit for them.
I mean, you would think you could at least split up Washington, Oregon, and UCLA. I mean,
this is an FU to USC.
I thought so.
Why is UCLA not getting the same FU?
Because UCLA doesn't get the invitation to the Big Ten
without
USC.
They feel like USC's be dragged along.
USC is the one that broke the conference.
They were the enabler, and also I don't think USC's the bigger brand, and I don't think they're really afraid that UCLA is going to run the table.
Yeah, and I'll give you one more thing. UCLA, don't forget, is also paying a current Pac-12 school for them to be able to go to the Pac-12, right?
That's right. UCLA's paying Cal.
They're having to pay Cal annually to be able to go to the Big Ten. So USC is not – they don't have to do that because they're a private school. So they just quite literally pieced out, right? Isn't that what USC did? They had fight on. We are out of here, my man.
Yeah. By the way, when the schedule came out yesterday, I had not really thought about it yet, but Auburn goes and plays Cal this year in Berkeley. And it's one team, I think is it Oregon State that plays Mississippi State? Somebody plays Mississippi State like week 2.
No, it is Mississippi State is Arizona. It's the return game. They played that late night game this past season.
And they come to Starkville this year, Arizona and Mississippi State. So a couple of SEC teams with Florida also playing Utah on that opening Thursday night. That's part of that Pac-12 schedule release.
Yeah, their week 2 is actually fairly interesting at a conference. You got Arizona, Mississippi State, Arizona State, Oklahoma State, Cal, Auburn, Colorado, Nebraska, Oregon, Texas Tech. Keep an eye on that game. That's a really interesting game. And Utah plays Baylor.
Yep. That's
Wisconsin against Washington State.
And that was one other thing I wanted to bring up before we bring in Andy in the next segment. Give me what is USC's ending. Give me Utah's September.
Their September is brutal. They've got Florida, which has now been moved to Thursday night. That came out officially yesterday. First Thursday night of the season.
Road game.
Baylor, and this is so blurry I can't tell. Is that Central Arkansas?
It's Weber State.
Weber State, and then UCLA.
Yep.
I mean,
there's 5 games. One more.
Oregon State. That also was a Thursday night game.
Oregon State, Thursday or Friday night. But is that in Corvallis or is that in Salt Lake City? If it's a gray shaded
road game.
So it's at Oregon State with DJU. So that's a tough challenge for Utah. Those first 5.
Yeah, interesting start for Utah. Brutal finish for Southern Cal.
Yeah. So 2 of your favorites there, sort of front end and back end. Not an easy schedule there. Some of that by Utah's choice with their tough out of conference scheduling. All right, Andy Kennedy talking UAB basketball. Boy, it's changed a lot the last couple of weeks since we've been talking to Andy. We'll see what the doctor is ordering for the correction of these Blazers down the stretch. The man AK joins us up next. This hour of the show has been brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check everything out online at champyschicken.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Little basketball conversation to start the final hour of the live show today. Auburn, number 16 in the country, shut down LSU last night, 67-49. Their defense is playing so good right now at Auburn. and Wendell Green's had a good run of games. They won 4 in a row. Sanford is 7-0 in the SoCon. They beat East Tennessee State last night. Landmine Believer over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. No need to freak out about UAB. It was always a win-your-conference tournament for them. There was a very small chance of an at-large anyways. I believe AK will get them right. Let's talk to Andy Kennedy about the Blazers in our interview that's brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
And their head basketball coach is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. How are you today?
I'm doing fine, guys. How are y'all?
Doing well. Thanks a lot. It's been a tough stretch here in conference play, but you get a long week here. Is that helpful to this team? Would you rather have gotten back on the horse, or is a little bit of a longer week better?
Well, just based on our circumstances, the rest is much needed. You know, we played 3 games in a 6-game stretch, 2 of which were on the road. We played the late game on Monday, an 8 o'clock tip. The game goes to OT. We don't get on the bus to come home from Murfreesboro till after 11 o'clock. So obviously it was a long day. We've had a couple days now to get our feet back under us, and we're looking forward for the next opportunity on Saturday.
So you guys have lost 4 or 5, obviously, all of those by 3 or less points. You know, we heard from Eric Musselman earlier today, and he said, look, our guys are competing. They just don't know how to win close games. Is that the situation you guys are in, or is it just bad luck?
You know what? We are competing. And when I watch the tape after each and every game, I see a group of guys that are putting it on the line physically. We're making a number of mistakes, and it's not just one thing. If it was one thing, then you know I would seek that out and extract it. But it's not just one thing. It's a number of things. You know, for a while it was our inability to defend at a rate commensurate with winning, most especially on the road. When we lost our 2 games in Florida early in conference season, you know, we scored 86 and 87 points, and yet we lost. So you think, obviously, defensively, we've got some real issues. Well, I think we've gotten better in some of those things, and now our offense has kind of gone in the tank. We battled at middle, had an opportunity down the stretch, and we're 1/10 of a second short of escaping there with a win, which would have been huge for us in building momentum moving forward. But we shot 31% from the field, which is not only a season low for us, but I've been told it's the lowest that any Blazer team has shot since I have been here. So once we fix one thing, something else pops up on us. We've had foul troubles. Obviously, we have not had Jelly in the last 2 games with his foot situation. So it's one thing after another. But as I told the team, I think this is pruning season. I think we've planted our harvest. It's not time to harvest what we planted. We're in the pruning season now. And trying to get ready to harvest.
That's biblical. Andy sounds like a preacher.
And that's what people in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room keep saying is that the season is long and the time is still there for this UAB team. I'm wondering, though, as a guy who's coached a variety of different teams, and first I'd like to know, is the personality of every team different? And also when you start going through good or bad, do you have to become Dr. Phil a little bit and start to manage the mind as much as you do the actual X's and O's?
Yeah, absolutely on both accounts, Jim. You know, each team is different. Each season is different. Each game is different. Each day is different. And that's the truth. And with this group of guys that I've got, this has been really educational for me personally. You know, as a 54-year-old head coach this is the 16th year I've had a team that I can say I led, and I'm learning this transfer portal, bringing these guys in. It's been I don't want to say difficult, but challenging without question. Just trying to mesh so many guys in such a short period of time, and you know, quite frankly, I think we've got a talented group of individuals. We have not yet become the team that I think we're capable of. And as a result, we're going through some growing pains.
Coach Andy Kennedy is with us. The UAB Blazers are back home in Birmingham against North Texas on Saturday. 3 o'clock tip for that game at Bartow Arena. Go support UAB against North Texas, 3 o'clock at Bartow. I remember Mike Davis once telling me about how badly he took losses at Indiana. Now, when you were coaching at Indiana, it comes with some soul-crushing pressure, I'm sure. But you personally, are you difficult to be around after losses? Are you able to shake it? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm a miserable human being after a loss, and I honestly think I'm not. And with this team, just being honest with you guys, I'm taking it better than I thought that I would. I'm in a different place mentally with this group, and I'm just trying to find a way to nurture them, for lack of a better term, into being best version of self. It's what we talk about daily. But yeah, I think there's two states of being in sports, and there's winning and there's misery. And sometimes, you know, and I've been fortunate enough to win a lot more than I've lost, but I'm not sure it equates because the losses are so bone crushing. And then as we've lost 4 by a total of 8 points, 2 in overtime, and then 2 right at the end of the game, in which we had the ball with a chance to take the lead in the last minute and don't even get a shot up. You don't want to, quote unquote, throw the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, obviously not everything is broken. It's a fine line between winning and losing. So, but we've got to tweak some things. We've got to make sure we're playing the right guys. We've got to make sure that we're putting them in the best position possible. And we've got to try to stay positive. One of the things that when I brought in 6 new guys out of the portal, of those 6 guys, only 1 came from a winning team. And sometimes I may have underestimated the ability, the understanding, the expectation of winning. And so we're growing, and my hope is that we can get this thing turned.
When you say miserable, do you mean like not eating, stay away from me, that kind of misery?
Yeah, all the above. Yeah, not eating, not sleeping, just kind of wallowing in it. I've got my wife, Kimber. We've been married for almost 30 years, and when my girls are now grown and they have their own places. But back in the day when I was at Ole Miss, if we took an L, everybody was upstairs. The 2 dogs, everybody. I mean, no one was even in my presence. They didn't even want to be in my aura, so everybody went upstairs. Well, now it's just me, her, and 2 dogs. But when I come in, you know, she's kind of locked away, and the dogs can't even cheer me up.
Wow. Andy Kennedy, who's just one of the good guys in the world. I always appreciate his honesty. So what's the prognosis on Jelly the rest of the way? Those foot things can nag you for a season, you know, or they can get better quick. How's this rest helping him, and what's the prognosis for Jelly?
Well, it's really up to him. You know, I don't know. We've done the X-ray and the MRI, and everything came out clean. It is a tissue bruise. It is the bottom of your foot obviously has got a lot of bones, a lot of nerves. It's a tissue bruise is what it is. It's nothing that's going to hurt him moving forward. Now it's just about pain tolerance and what he feels he can do. But obviously in basketball, especially with a guy like Jelly, you know, the bottom of your feet are kind of important. And to this point, he has not felt comfortable enough to get into live action. I'll just go by what he tells me as we approach Saturday.
All right, Saturday is a 3 o'clock tip against North Texas. We want UAB back in the win column because we love Andy, we love UAB, we love Jelly, we love everything. But not the least of which is we love having fun with you, Coach. And I know it's not fun to lose. So if nothing else, we like laughing with you. So let's get back to laughing, all right?
Yeah, laughing's good for the soul, no question. I look forward to a good laugh soon. I appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. Thanks, Andy. That is the coach, Andy Kennedy. You can hear it in his voice. He is frustrated with this situation right now. He was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com
But you think
hotline.
about how close this is to being 17-2, and then being in Florida Atlantic situation where Florida Atlantic is ranked right now.
That's right. UAB could be back in the rankings. At one point, though, labeled by the best basketball analyst in the game, the Jeff Goodmans of the world. They had them number 1 in their mid-major rankings that they do at Field of 68, and that's not where they are now. Florida Atlantic has taken a lot of those headlines. North Texas comes to town. North Texas is a really good basketball team. In fact, I would say since Florida Atlantic, on paper, this is the best team they played since then.
Probably so. Yeah, with North Texas, I was looking where they are in the KenPom right now, 65th. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I gave you this stat early about every national champion has been in the top 40 offense, top 25 defense. Florida Atlantic's not far off from that. Like their defense is the one thing that is keeping them out of it, but they're not. I mean, they're not just way off. That's a good Florida Atlantic team.
Yeah, much like Charleston, College of Charleston. Good basketball team. That interview with Andy Kennedy brought to you by Legacy Credit Union. Legacy is who you can depend on, and they've been proving it to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. Love our friends at Legacy Credit Union, a proud supporter of UAB. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so a quick breaking news, and I think this is important that we watch these because Bill O'Brien is ultimately going to be affected by one of these somewhere.
OC openings in the NFL.
That's right. Greg Roman has been fired by Baltimore. Now, Bill O'Brien just doesn't feel like the fit for Lamar Jackson to me, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, but New England, or if he wants to go to Tampa Bay.
That's open.
But see, to me, Tampa Bay is not in play unless Brady is working with Bowles and the front office there in Tampa, and Brady is saying, I'm coming back, and I want somebody I'm familiar with, and that's Bill O'Brien. I would bet on Bill O'Brien in New England once he sees he's not going to get any of these head coaching jobs and nothing else is going to open up in college. And if not him, Brady says, okay, I'm coming back to Tampa, but I want one of my guys.
Yeah, in your current openings, Ravens, Bucks, Chargers, Commander, that's where you think he goes?
No, I'm saying that's where I would want to go.
Oh,
like,
yeah. No
I would
doubt.
have my agent pushing to go to the Chargers.
No, if I would fire Brandon Staley today if Sean Payton told me, I wouldn't need an offensive coordinator. If Sean Payton told me today, I'm done doing interviews, I'm not even going to go do Denver and Arizona, all these others. I know I've interviewed Houston. I'm not going to go to Carolina. If you fire Brandon Staley today, I will take the LA Chargers job. I would fire Staley today if I owned the Chargers, and I would hire Sean Payton.
I'm not going to be surprised at all if there wasn't some behind-the-scenes communication as far as the Chargers reaching out to Sean Payton to gauge his interest. I was shocked. I know Brandon Staley came out and said he never felt like he was going to lose his job. After that game, this past weekend, I thought he was done 100%.
Ravens, Bucks, Chargers, Commanders, Titans, Rams, Jets, Patriots. If it's not the Patriots, I just got a weird feeling about the Commanders. That Bill O'Brien seems like a guy Ron Rivera would be comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good call there.
I mean, I don't know. It's just a feeling. I got no insight on that. I'm just telling you, that's a feeling.
Well, I mean, it's a place where you would need somebody to take over and maybe manage a quarterback situation a little bit. Maybe have to call some better plays, and you have talent on the field. Zach, I agree with you. I've always liked Greg Roman as an OC. So Greg Roman out there, a guy who was he ever a head coach? I thought he was going to be a head coach.
No, when he was at San Francisco,
right?
People were talking about him the way they talk about DeMeco Ryans at San Francisco now.
Yeah, so. He says could be a good college fit. We'll see if some of these names may end up in Tuscaloosa when Bill O'Brien. You never know. Tripp makes a great point. He says Ravens Todd Monken, but Todd Monken at Georgia, his name is going to pop up a lot because he has NFL experience. And he's got head coaching experience, but he's got OC NFL experience. If he wants to leave the college game and get back to a more structured NFL calendar, Todd Monken is a name to watch.
I think I saw Ian Rappaport saying that he's the guy to watch in Tampa.
He did. I mentioned that earlier on the Ian Rappaport story because he and Todd Bowles have a long relationship together, and Monken has been the OC before in Tampa. Was he the head coach?
I think he was just OC, right?
Just the OC?
I think, yeah. I think he's been a head
He wasn't a head coach once?
I don't think so. Todd Monken? No.
Yeah, okay.
And Greg Roman, back to him, he's never coached a day in college except for the 1 year at Stanford. I mean, so he's been 1 year at Stanford. Everything else has been NFL for him.
Yeah. It'll be interesting.
I just don't know.
But I think Alabama, not necessarily the names, but when you're talking about this OC carousel going on, O'Brien leaving is going to open up one in Tuscaloosa. And we talked yesterday on Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles about those openings, the defensive coordinator and potentially the offensive coordinator and all the moves that are going over there. It's a fascinating conversation with Aaron Suttles. You get that with Bama and Bourbon this week. It's already out on all of our platforms there. All right, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. They'll get you back in the game. Two things I want to do in the next segment. Two things. One is, you're right, it was Dirk Cutter I was thinking of. Paul,
that's who you confused.
Yeah, he's only been a head coach once, Todd Monken, and that was 2 years.
But Monken was the offensive coordinator. You were right about that. But
Dirk Cutter was the head coach.
Dirk Cutter was the head coach, yes.
Two things in the next segment. One, I want to relive what Barkley said yesterday on our show. Got some national attention and some of the national reaction that Barkley got on social media. that comment. So we'll give you some of that reaction. But also, I wanted you to rank for me, and I'll pass out the dry erase board. I want you to rank for me the top 3 Super Bowl matchups you want. All right? Like, are you in on 49ers Bills? And you make that number 1, number 2, number 3. 1 is your Super Bowl matchup you want, 2 and 3. We'll do that in the next segment as well. The show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
2023, new year, and there are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweak that shoulder, putting up the Christmas decoration. You injured the elbow, shooting hoops in the driveway. Maybe the knee's a little banged up from getting up from the couch. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
You on the Next Round. Back with you on the Next Round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, the rest of the crew up here at Double Down Media. We'll do 4 downs in the next segment. Right now, a little NFL talk and a little conversation about what Barkley said on our show yesterday, being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop, where we're at +4 Dunaway right now. We changed. I didn't mark mine off until the Buccaneers took a snap Monday night because I was fearful that there would be a hurricane or something would happen that the Buccaneers would forfeit the game or something. So after the first snap, I made up for the one I'd lost over the weekend with Herbert getting his first snap in his first 6 years.
Yeah, but did you put in the squadron?
Yeah, threw that in. We were at 5, so it's 4.
Okay.
You picked up 2 over the weekend, and I picked up 1. So plus 4 right now. All of our steak bets brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher.
Yeah, stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus Prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you. Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
All right, Super Bowl, and you guys, I see a lot of Eagles and Chiefs over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. A lot of people want to ride the 49ers. So I wanted you guys to give me your 3 favorite Super Bowl matchup possibility. Brown, start us off. What 3 do you want to see?
I'm going to go number 1, Kansas City and San Francisco. I think would be the most entertaining one we could get, closely followed by Cincinnati and San Francisco. And then for my third one, back to Kansas City and the Philadelphia Eagles. And my third one there.
From my angle, it looked like Kansas City was playing Tulane.
The green wave done for the year, Jim. That's an eagle. Drawn quickly in our commercial break.
Yeah.
So, Kansas City, San Francisco, Cincinnati, San Francisco, which what Super Bowl number was that?
What, KC San Fran?
No. Cincinnati. It was the drive.
They played 2 of them.
Yeah, the drive is the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, 82 and 88.
Yeah, 88 was the one I'm thinking of. Don't worry about that.
One was in the Pontiac Silverdome, and the other one was
in Miami.
Was it Miami or Tampa?
I thought it was in Miami.
It may have been Miami.
Yeah, so the new Joe Robbie Stadium at the time, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, those are the ones I'd like to see.
Yeah, for ULT.
I was able to take 6 of the 8 teams left in no duplication.
Oh, wow. How about that? Yeah.
So I'm going to go from 3 to 1.
Please.
The Jaguars and Giants.
Oh, you'd like to see Jags and Giants?
Well, because I think it shows you parity in the NFL.
That looks honest to goodness, that looks like a game we'd play at Wembley.
No, but it does. And especially last year, if you would have gone back and you would
have
said,
we ship off to London.
In a year, we are going to go from Matt Stafford and Joe Burrow to Daniel Jones and Trevor Lawrence.
That is hard to believe, yeah.
And the coaching changes, too, that we got rid of those guys that were coaching those 2 teams.
Away with the ultimate shot at your Super Bowl. That's the game we'd play in London. That's how little we value that.
Number 2, Eagles and Bills. I think that would be a cool matchup.
I don't want to see the Bills anywhere close to the Super Bowl.
Well, I get that for you. Yeah. And that's why I left the Cowboys off. I don't want to see the Cowboys anywhere near it. And
you may want to leave the room then.
Bengals 49ers won. The only reason I don't want to see the 49ers there, but because I've said Bengals 49ers for months.
That'd be a very good Super Bowl, I think, too.
My number 1 is Bengals and Cowboys. That's the one I'd like to see, Bengals and Cowboys. My second one is the Bills and the Cowboys, just because the entertainment factor of the Cowboys, win or lose, there's a show, right?
And rematch of an embarrassing Super Bowl beatdown, Bills and Cowboys. That one was played, I think, out in Pasadena. It was the Leon Lett game, but
the one in Atlanta wasn't much better.
Yeah,
the only one that was good was the one in Tampa.
Yeah,
and then the one that makes all of our lists, I think, Bengals and 49ers. Brown has it second. You have it number 1.
Yep.
And I've got it number 3, so we have them in different spots too. But Bengals and 49ers, and that's realistic. But to see Joe Burrow, who I like a lot better in the pros than I did in college, but I liked him in college too. You remember the show. And then the 49ers, who doesn't want to see Brock Purdy get a chance to raise the Lombardi Trophy? That would be an amazing story, right?
I mean, it would be Kurt Warner level amazing.
Yeah.
But Warner did it for a full season is the only difference, but still.
No, but you still would have to win. He'd have to go 8-0 down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible.
Mr. Irrelevant to Super Bowl champion in 1 year.
And remember, he lost they lost the quarterback, Garoppolo, in that first drive. So basically, he played that whole full game too. So technically, it could be 9-0. If you want to count that whole full game, you don't get credit for that. Those are the teams we want to see in the Super Bowl. Remember, these drinks right here, Ghost Energy, you just saw them move, Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, but our friends at Ghost Energy, they bring you the show as well. Wherever you buy your energy drinks, remember that logo, Ghost, the energy drink, sugar-free, gets you going in the morning. We drink them all the time up here. It is Ghost Energy. They bring you part of the show. All right. Are you ready for a little recap of what we heard yesterday from Charles Barkley?
Sir Charles.
I have not heard this.
Yeah. Okay. Charles Barkley yesterday, and this was retweeted and liked and played all over. In fact, Tom Hart and Jimmy Dykes referenced it during the Auburn game last night, during the broadcast of what Charles Barkley said on our show yesterday.
But starting January the 1st, I've watched about 3 college games a day and been going over my notes. Alabama's the best team in the country. Honestly, I've watched them play probably 4 times. They're the best team. Houston is right there with them, but they beat Houston. But just off the top of my head, Alabama's the best team in the country. And that's painful for me to say. I always try to be honest and fair in my job. Them suckers in Tuscaloosa are the best team I've seen so far this year.
Yeah, best team in the country, Alabama, says Charles Barkley. It's not too far out on the limb, but obviously when Charles says it, it gets some national attention. I want to show you some reaction that we got on our social media feed to what Charles said here, and we got about 4 of these. This has to be hard for Chuck to say, we are the best, says Gray writing in there. I would agree with that. All of them on one right here. Rod says, however, Houston is number 1, Sir Charles. Go Cougs.
And he pointed out Alabama beat them on their court head-to-head.
Yeah, and John says, Bama's playing great, but long way to go. Have some tough games ahead. Haven't won at Auburn in a while. You get that one there. Some others that I'd wanted to bring up, we had people that were saying Purdue is my number 1 team from all over the country. We had different people that were, writing in, reacting. Some people said, what about, Gonzaga? Alabama lost to Gonzaga on a neutral floor that was virtually on their home floor with a home crowd.
A place they may be playing the first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament where they never win.
Yeah, so if you had to say right now, all due respect to Alabama, do you think they're the best team in the country right now? Or is it Houston who they beat? Is it Purdue?
I think it's Houston, but Alabama's right there with them. I mean, obviously, as you said, and as Charles said, Houston played Alabama straight up at home. They lost the game. Alabama's playing like, I'll put it this way, I know Alabama fans that have already booked their flights to Houston.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Ironically, in Houston is where the Final Four is, not on Houston's floor or anything like it. It'll be at the Texans stadium there.
You don't anticipate Alabama going undefeated in the conference, though?
No.
Yeah. I mean I'm not. What's the line going to be Saturday in Columbia? That Missouri team's
Alabama 3.
I mean, that's not going to stun me if they lose. I just got a weird feeling that actually they're going to lose Saturday.
I think they might lose Saturday.
It is a house of horrors for Alabama.
Well, Vandy used to be. They handled that just fine this past Tuesday. I don't know. There's something. I just got this weird feeling they're going to lose in Columbia.
And I will tell you that Missouri also at the right time, they're getting Isaiah Moody back. Isaiah Mosley back. He came back from his injury. Got 8 points in 19 minutes last night. He hasn't played with them since December 17th, but he's another big piece. He'll be back this weekend for Missouri. Got some playing time last night and scored some points.
Just a weird feeling. I'm not like trying to break down X's and O's or defensive efficiencies or things like that. It's just a weird feeling that I think they may lose Saturday.
Yeah, so it's interesting how everybody perceives Alabama. Kansas, who won it all last year, still very much in the conversation, even though they lost to Kansas State. That was a great basketball game.
It was an incredible game. I did have Kansas in that game, so I lost that game. But K-State's legitimate. Again, Jerome Ting in year 1, he's got this team playing extremely well. But that was a great game the other night.
All right, when we come back, Tyler's got our 4 downs today. Rockstar usually handles it, but he's out on tour with a little rock music. So Tyler will rock us with 4 downs. That's when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Oh, it's okay. Come on in.
Come on. We got visitors in the studio. We're just directing traffic. Come
on. Back with you on the Next Round as we roll into our next to last segment. Young Tyler will have 4 downs for us in just a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, keeping you in the game for NFL games. 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday with our friends at MyBookie.
And don't forget code Next Round when you sign up at mybookie.ag. A deposit of $50 or more, and you use that code Next Round, you get a cash bonus instantly to your MyBookie account. Now, a lot of people will do that, but here's what makes them different. A lot of places you have to use it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times to make it yours. Not at mybookie.ag. One time. Use it one time. It is all yours forever. $50 or more, you get that deposit bonus when you use the code Next Round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. NFL playoff games this weekend, college basketball, UCL, UFC. You've also got the blackjack tournaments, all right there at mybookie.ag, code Next Round. Mybookie.ag, code Next Round.
And you and I made that mistake a few weeks ago when I said UCF, that would stick.
I mean, technically, they're playing basketball right now, so it applies, right?
Andy Kennedy on our show earlier talking about UAB, and then Josh Pate from Late Kick Josh, 24/7 Sports, all that podcast on our variety of different platforms, whether you're watching us live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, over on Twitch, Instagram, iHeartRadio, TuneIn Radio, Odyssey, Alexa, Apple, and Spotify, wherever you get the Next Round today. Before we get to those 4 downs in just a second, the big college story today has been Spencer Sanders, the Oklahoma State quarterback who's in the portal, who a lot of Auburn fans really thought they were going to get down at Auburn. He has joined the Ole Miss quarterback room. So if you're scoring at home, Jackson Dart, who quarterbacked this year for Lane Kiffin, 20 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, over 3,000 passing yards. Walker Howard, who was the 5-star commitment to LSU, went in the portal. He's committed to Ole Miss yesterday. And now Spencer Sanders, a 3.5-year starter for Gundy in Stillwater, is now in that Ole Miss quarterback room. So 3 guys who have potential to be a starter somewhere.
Well, and I think when it all shakes out again, I think Jackson Dart has got the most potential. I mean, we've seen Spencer Sanders, good quarterback, not great quarterback. Walker Howard, we haven't seen enough of him. I'm just shocked that both of those guys transferred into this situation.
And the immediate reaction is, well, somebody's going to transfer. Keep in mind, Howard just used his free transfer to get to Ole Miss, so it's not him. Dart is not graduating. He's used a free transfer to get to Ole Miss, so he'd have to be a graduate transfer unless either one of those can get a waiver from the NCAA. And then Spencer Sanders, why would he transfer? He just transferred in. I don't think anybody's going to transfer out.
And I would think that maybe some of these guys are like, if you pay me enough NIL money, then I'm good with going to Oxford and hanging out and being QB number 2.
I mean, there are worse places to do that.
No, I get that, but at the same time, why would Ole Miss dole out all this money for 3 guys?
Because Lane Kiffin likes the attention.
Yeah,
I think that's part of it.
Likes being known as the Portal King.
Yeah.
Good conversation with Neil McCready about that in our podcast section at Next Round Live as well. All right, away from sports, Tyler the intern, now sort of, what are you, part-time or what are you? Tyler number 11. We'll call him number 11 up here.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
Tyler likes that, yeah.
It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 5 great locations now.
Yeah, my sister-in-law took our car in to get 4 new tires today to the Hoover location, the newest location, the 5th location in Pell City. Anything you need, bumper-to-bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And if you follow us, Tyler is he's not Rockstar. There are 2 different brains back there, so I cannot wait to hear these 4 questions.
First down.
All right, so what's your go-to stadium concession food? You only get 1 trip, and that's it for the whole
Go-to
game.
stadium concession 1 trip is going to be the old school Legion Field dog. I think Bryant Denny does it. Jordan Hare's got anything that's got that ketchup mustard mix.
Kraut mix.
Kraut, yep, ketchup mustard kraut. No onions.
But I'm typically just like concessions. It's beer. And if I eat something, it is a hot dog, and that's pretty much it. I can't think of anything else that jumps out.
Listen, I love peanuts. I love popcorn, but popcorn are for movies, and peanuts I like. I'm lazy. I like when I'm on the lake, and I can throw the shells right into the water. Hopefully they're biodegradable.
No, that's bad for the fish.
Bad time to think of that.
That's bad for the fish, really?
Kills them.
Yeah.
Shut up, LT.
They're allergic to peanuts.
Don't make me feel bad. I'm a horrible fisherman anyway.
Yeah, they all go into anaphylactic shock.
I have a peanut allergy, by the way.
So I don't get those at the stadium and they're messy around your seats, right? If you start at a football game or a baseball game eating peanuts and you're dropping the shells, now you're wallowing around in those peanuts for 9 innings or 4 quarters. So for me, I love hot dogs. I will drive out of my way to eat a good hot dog. So it's hot dogs at stadium. And I'm like Brown. I like it when the mustard and the ketchup and the kraut are already mixed together.
Now, if I go candy, it's either going to be Skittles or Starburst. But if I'm going to like a good hot food, it's going to be a hot dog.
I was a Goobers guy back in the day. Make all the fun you want. I used to love the chocolate-covered peanuts. Used to love those.
I don't hate them. But if I
like the Raisinets better.
Do you like the nachos with the processed cheese?
Wait a second.
Yeah.
My grandmother liked Raisinets. You like Raisinets?
Yeah.
You like Raisinets?
No, I don't like raisins.
I would bet you Raisinets outsell Goobers.
Probably so.
I do not want to take that bet, but that would shock me if Raisinets.
You got a few to play with.
That would shock me if Raisinets I will be shocked.
How often do you see Goobers anywhere?
Well, I don't see Raisinets.
I see Raisinets a lot of
Goober
places.
is a chocolate-covered peanut that should be named something different for comfort purposes when we talk about it, but that's what it is.
Yeah, and the
Why
difference
not
is
just call it a chocolate-covered peanut.
Well, I don't know.
You can
Another
get
way-
that a lot of different places. I mean, peanut and M&M is basically that. It's just bigger. But
That's
the
true.
Raisinette, you can only get the Raisinette.
Yeah, chocolate covered almonds. I like those a lot. But
I do too.
You don't
Yeah.
get those at concession stands.
When you go with the nachos, do you go nacho cheese and a jalapeno on each?
Yep.
Yeah, me
Try
too.
to.
Yeah.
Second down.
So what's one movie or TV show that you wish you could go back, just completely delete from your brain and experience for the first time all over again?
It's such a tough question. But there are 6 shows that I've gone back and rewatched. And one of those is The Sopranos. If I could just see The Sopranos and have no memory of it, that would be pretty incredible.
Sopranos is good for me. Let me think on
It's either, if I go series, it's either Breaking Bad or Mad Men. I watched both of them. Thank you.
And I've seen both twice.
Yeah, I watched both of them well after they were actually released. I binge watched Breaking Bad, and my wife and I went through Mad Men together and enjoyed both of them thoroughly. Mad Men was better early than Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad was a very slow start.
Yeah, I thought from start to finish, as good as Mad Men was, Breaking Bad was better.
We're getting a lot of The Office, The Shield, Breaking Bad, Lost or Shameless, rolling in over there. Oz. What was there's no redeeming qualities in this, but what was the HBO show you turned me onto, the settling of the cowboy town? With the bar owner, the saloon bar owner. Deadwood. That was really, I found that entertaining.
And we were talking to a friend that actually was the location director for the first season of True Detective. First season of True Detective was maybe the best. It probably was the best one standalone season of TV.
Yeah, it was really good.
Dave gives us Sons of Anarchy over there. A.J. McCarron loved that show. Remember?
I couldn't do it, man. I tried. I watched like 3 or 4
Jody says
episodes.
Justified. My wife and I are, as you can tell, my wife and I are late to all these. We're watching Justified now and have loved it. Really good.
Game of Thrones would be good, too.
I went back and watched it, too, twice.
Third down.
LT watches a lot more than you and I do.
Well,
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, you're just talking all these series you've watched twice. I struggle to get them once.
But y'all watch like This Is Us.
Well, my wife does. I watch it with her.
You watch it too?
Well, with her, with my wife. I wouldn't watch it independently.
Yeah. And you watch Emily in Paris?
Well, that's not a way to watch that independently.
My wife watches that with me.
I believe that.
All right, so third down today. Dunaway's Lightning is taking on the Edmonton Oilers today.
Okay.
Who's going to walk off with more points today in tonight's game? Connor McDavid or Steven Stamkos?
Ooh, more points or goals?
More points.
More points.
I would go Connor McDavid real quick because Edmonton is favored at home tonight.
I would go with that as well because Stamkos last night went past 500 goals for his career. So I think a little pressure is off of him to get that milestone. So I don't think he has a big night tonight. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if in the back-to-back, his minutes are down a little bit on the ice. I, too, will go with Connor.
I can't express in words how little I care, and I care so little that I didn't bother to do all the homework he obviously did just to give that answer. So I'll go with that.
So let us know tomorrow, though, who actually
I know you've got it written down. You don't have to show me you got it written down.
I'm just saying,
You didn't know that off the top of your head.
I had a Stamkos 500th goal written down. I didn't know what his questions are yet.
And Connor McDavid's the league leader in points right now.
That's fantastic, Tyler. Thank you for that.
Does Connor McDavid have 774 career goals?
I don't think so.
Look this up
but
at
I did
all.
not research it at all.
Fourth down.
All right, celebrity birthdays today. Dolly Parton and Janis Joplin. Who had the better career or would have if Janis didn't join the 27 club?
This is not even close.
The what club?
The 27 club.
Oh, yeah, that's right. She was part of that.
So Janis Joplin passed away when she was 27. Dolly Parton's still alive.
I know, but Janis Joplin would have passed away at 28 if she didn't pass away at 27.
Well, yeah, but even if she's...
And if not at 28, 29.
Even if she's still alive, she's not going to reach what Dolly Parton did. No, Dolly Parton is going to blow this away. Yeah.
She's one of those that... all genres love Dolly Parton. Janis Joplin had a very unique voice.
Yeah, and plus, underrated in acting, right? And then just what she's given to society, right? Her reading programs, what she did to rebuild the Tennessee mountains after the forest fires. Great theme park.
Why Janis Joplin? Why did you bring her up?
Oh, it was just in a list of celebrity birthdays.
Oh, okay.
See, what Lance will often do is take a birthday and then go outside the celebrity birthday. So you would have compared Dolly Parton to who? If we'd have gone better career, Dolly Parton or
ultimately?
She's in a very thin layer of celebrities.
Yeah, like I wouldn't throw Taylor Swift because I think Taylor Swift ultimately is going to be bigger than Dolly
Parton.
Parton.
Better career, Dolly Parton or Steven Spielberg?
Oh, Spielberg.
All right, better career, Dolly Parton or Tom Brady?
Brady's the greatest of all.
Tom Brady.
7 championships. Dolly Parton or Paul McCartney?
Paul McCartney's a Beatle.
Oh, Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton's getting beat down right now.
The Beatles are
lost all 3 of these.
The Beatles are overrated.
Dolly Parton would be more like Walter Payton.
Dolly Parton or Walter Payton?
That's really good because we do get the Walter Payton Man of the Year award, and Dolly. So he gave a lot off the field.
That's still go Dolly.
Great comparison. Yeah, the Dolly Parton Woman of the Year award would be really good.
Oh, it wouldn't shock me one day if you get that.
Yeah. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, 5 locations. They're locally owned and operated. Just great guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Auburn shuts down LSU last night in basketball. Number 16 in the country has won 4 games in a row now. They get South Carolina on the road this weekend. Bama, number 4 in the country. They are unbeaten in SEC play. They get Missouri on the road this weekend. When we come back, one more big thing before we're done here today on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on now. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. We're giving away $125,000. That's right. Birmingham Racecourse Casino is giving away $125,000. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games, featuring exciting bonuses and huge jackpots. There's always more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Tyler, man, I didn't say thank you for throwing together really good 4 downs there. It was really good.
Oh, thanks, Jim.
Not that I'm surprised, but it was really good.
Now, Aaron is upset with Lance.
Why is Aaron upset?
He says the Beatles. Oh, no. Who said the Beatles were overrated? You said that.
That was me.
Aaron is upset with Dunaway. The absolute best and most important band in history. No one is even close, and they never had a bad song. Ooh, I would totally disagree with that.
Yeah, I think they've had some bad songs, and I didn't fully appreciate the Beatles until you go back and you watch a lot of the stuff. And I told you guys I went to Love out in the Mirage.
I went there, enjoyed the heck out of it, yeah.
Yeah, and I it reminds you of how great their music was. I wasn't a huge Beatles fan growing up, but I really appreciate them, and I think they probably were the most impactful band of all time.
100% on impact. I don't love their music, but I enjoy. When I go back and listen to them in events like that, like the thing in Vegas, it is a fun thing. But they're not my speed. I don't like, we're big '90s rap people, right? Not everybody loves '90s rap. I like '90s rap. I don't like the Beatles. I'm not a big classic rock music guy, and didn't really love the '60s music.
You can't say they didn't have a bad song. Like, I'm a big George Strait fan. I'm going to go see George Strait in concert this summer. He's had bad songs. I mean, he's King George. And I love Garth Brooks. He's had bad songs.
And the reason I don't love the Beatles is because they were played so much when I was little, right? I mean, you heard Beatles songs everywhere.
Well, they never play Taylor Swift.
I mean, things can be overexposed. But I go through spells where I never listen to any Taylor Swift songs.
I have hit 3 different channels on Sirius XM, and the Anti-Hero song has been on all three.
But see, I listened to that album so many times the first week and a half that it came out.
You and all the teenage girls.
and I have not listened to it one time since. I have not listened to it one time since.
You wore out that tape.
Yeah, I did. I was like, got to take a break from this. Haven't listened to the Killers in a while. I've been a lot of Zach Bryan, and I'm about to get burned out on that a little bit, to be honest. NFL news, 5 teams, and we all agree. I mean, we're Falcons, used to be Titans fan. Has he adopted a new team?
Who Lunsford? He
going
told me the Dolphins. That's who he's going with.
Lions, Dolphins, Bucks, and Rams, and we all cheer for our team not to be sent over to Europe to play games. We like when you play our home games at home, right?
Yeah, Lance, you don't like primetime games. You like your normal Rams kickoff.
I like 325.
Yeah, but do you hate the European game?
Worse, terrible.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the worst.
Last time the Rams played, I'll remember it was 2016 against the Jets in London. And having to get up on a Sunday morning at 8 o'clock?
It's awful.
It worked well for me this year because Maggie, my wife's becoming a preacher. She was preaching the 11 o'clock service at Asbury United Methodist, and my Buccaneers kicked off at 8:30. And I was able to watch the game and slip in. Now, I missed the first song, her opening statement, the first song, church announcements, which you can get online. Somewhere.
Sure, yeah.
Missed the sermon.
I missed the passing of the plate.
Right.
Saw the last second win by the Buccaneers.
Right.
Dashed in and caught right at the beginning of her sermon.
Oh, well, there you go. You got the most important part.
Yeah, but I was listening where the crying babies are, our listening room.
So you didn't even make it the main sanctuary?
No, but it's a big glass. Really, it's like God's skybox. Really, what it is. We have a big room.
So the moms can take the crying babies back there and still see the and
soundproof glass.
In. Yeah.
It really is. It's like I'm sitting in Jerry Jones's booth.
Right.
Just overlooking the sanctuary.
Yeah.
So the
big difference is God owns the church, not you.
Yeah, exactly.
Jerry owns the Cowboys.
Exactly. And I was the only. It was, I guess, a little creepy. I was the only guy in there that didn't have a baby.
But hey, it's kind of ironic because you showed us your pictures of your birthday party last week when you were like 4, and it was a bunch of older kids.
Well, LT missed this yesterday. Forster, can you pull up? Mom found the sad picture of me. It was the Bozo show where, for those that are in the studio, I think I was 4 or 5 in this picture. In Birmingham, there was Cousin Cliff, Sergeant Jack, and Bozo the Clown were kids shows when we were growing up. And my birthday one year, I was told, I don't remember this, it was an ice storm and nobody showed up at my birthday party when we were going to be on television.
His birthday was in June, by the way.
First of all, how scary was Bozo in the early 70s?
I guarantee you that Bozo had priors.
The scariest Bozo ever, and look how sad I am.
Yeah, I mean, you're crying like big tears, right?
Yeah, well, nobody showed up. I won all the games because there was nobody there to beat me. So I got the coloring book or whatever the prizes were. And then I didn't like attention, so I was getting the picture taken with the scary clown there. So she did find the picture there just to prove that it really did happen. Only people in the studio, the cameraman, my mom, me, and Bozo the Clown.
Bozo the Clown's probation officer.
Who probably smelled like bourbon, but I don't remember it.
Like, I've only seen like a couple of pictures of Jesse James. Better resolution on the Jesse James picture than that.
It does look like they had the gunpowder.
Big storyline.
What were you finishing?
I never even got to it.
Oh, yeah.
The teams that are having to go to Europe.
Okay.
Lunsford's former team, the Titans, the Bills, the Jaguars, the Patriots, and the Chiefs are all having to go up home games to go over and play.
So that's only half the teams that will play there.
Right. There's 5 more teams that are going to play.
The other 5 will be NFC.
You think so?
I do. I don't think they'll send any AFC games
and
over
they
there.
Generally avoid divisional matchups. I mean, one time the Dolphins did play the Jets over there, but by and large, I think they try to keep the divisional matchups here in the States.
3 games in London, 2 at the Tottenham Hotspur. The Bills and Titans will play their home games there. The Wembley Stadium game will be the Jaguars. Chiefs and the Patriots will play their games in Germany.
Which was a huge hit this year, by the way.
Was a lot more entertaining than the London games have been.
And there's no Mexico City game this year, right?
Mexico City is out for the 2nd year in a row? No, we played one there this year. It's out. It's out next year because they're starting to rebuild for the upcoming World Cup.
For the World Cup, yeah. So I hate it. I hope the Dolphins don't get sucked into one of those. I did tell you boys, however, though, if the Bills or Patriots road game for the Dolphins is in England, I'll take it in a heartbeat. To keep from having to go to New England or Buffalo in the winter.
Okay, final thought as we get ready for the playoff weekend coming up. You've told me you think of the Saturday upsets. If anybody that's the number one seed is going to lose, Lance, you think it would be Kansas City, not Philadelphia, but you think both of them win.
I think both win, yep.
Which team, the home team, is in the most precarious situation? The folks in Vegas would tell you it's the 49ers. After what Dak Prescott did the other night, the Cowboys look like they are a team that can make it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think it is the 49ers. Once Dallas got over that hump, they get the postseason win, give Dak a little confidence. And, again, we've got to remember Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, hasn't had that bad game yet. And that Dallas defense, it looks so good the first half of the season. They come on. They can put a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy, make him make some mistakes. I think San Francisco is definitely the team that is in that position.
Dunaway thinks I'm loving up Dan Quinn too much. But, I mean, that has been one of the stories and he's going to be a head coach probably. He's probably going to get one of these head coaching jobs. But that defense has played so well, and they were dominant against Tampa. You got to think, and I brought this up to, I think it was Orlovsky or Todd Furman, that if they could confuse Brady that much, they're going to confuse Brock Purdy. Now, whoever I brought it up to said, yeah, but Brady doesn't have Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey to lean on. And that is a big point.
And Kyle Shanahan.
Who
might be the best play caller in football. And I'm saying that over my boy Sean McVay. And you think about Tampa's offensive coordinator just got fired.
Yeah, Byron Leftwich. But still, I mean, you got to think Brock Purdy's going to see some stuff he's not seen from Dan Quinn.
Oh, no doubt.
And that's going to be a big factor here. But you do have Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey right there behind you.
A lot of the chat room said the Bills are the one that should be concerned with Cincinnati and Burrow, and they're coming to town. Cincinnati did not look good against Baltimore, but that team has had Joe Burrow's number.
Yeah, and I don't think he's gone over 212 passing yards in 3 meetings with Baltimore this year. Cincinnati's biggest problem this week is going to be the public. There's going to be money on them.
I really do think people are overreacting to the Josh Allen turnovers. If you go back and look at that, he took a deep shot that Xavier Howard picked on kind of a jump ball. You know, you just a throw it up for grabs type deal. That was probably a bad pick.
Strip sacks
strip sacks happen all the time, and that just happened to be a scoop and score. And the other one bounced off Cole Beasley. Cole Beasley could have easily caught that ball. I think people look, if Allen turns it over 3 times, they'll lose to Cincinnati. But I think people are overreacting to Allen's 3 turnovers just a little bit against Miami. Those aren't. I don't think they're indicative of what you're going to get from Josh Allen in this game.
We end with our Cowan Equipment poll questions. Do you think less of Lunsford now that he's giving up on the Titans? He says no longer a Titans fan today. 57% of you say yes, you are. You do think less of Lunsford today. 57%. That's a low number to me. I think as Americans, we should think a lot less of Lunsford for giving up on his team.
I don't think he cares.
I really don't think he does either.
I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Are you gonna? So you're just not. You're an NFL fan now for basically former Alabama players.
I'm tempted to want to find another team just to have something else to be mad about. But
yeah. Well, hey, if you want to be mad, go Dolphins.
I think you're punishing yourself though, not having a team.
Well, I mean, how many Titans games did you stop and watch this year?
The last one against the Jags.
Oh, well, you weren't a fan anyway. Then you only watched them in the playoffs.
I gave up a long time ago. I just had a team because we all had to have a team in Madden.
Okay.
And the other question: if you're walking out of a grocery store and someone hands you a bag with $1 million or $100 million. First of all, $100 million is not going to fit into a bag. But $100 million, what do you do with it? Keep it, refuse to take it and turn it in, or take it and move towns, change towns.
D has got to be your answer.
Oh, so you go on the lam. You take the money and go there, and you just live the rest of your life looking over your shoulder with $100 million.
$100 million's a lot, but I don't think I'd have to look over my shoulder much. Pick wherever you want to go.
41% saying take it and move. 19% take it and turn it in. 18% say refuse to take it, and 21% says keep it. So pretty evenly split right there.
I'm not going to keep it and stay in town.
No, that's the worst decision you could make.
The worst thing you do is the least you've got to do is change grocery stores.
No, I think the easiest way not to get shot and killed is B. Yeah. Just walk away.
Yeah, well, leave it and walk away is probably your safest idea.
Little homework, Lunsford. Find out how heavy $100 million is. I mean, we could get $1 million into some satchel, right?
Probably so.
$1 million, yeah.
Yeah, we can't get $100 million into a van.
No. I'd like to try.
You ever see the movie Blow? They ran out of room in the house because they had so much cash.
I have not seen that movie, I don't think.
It's a good one. It's got Johnny Depp in it.
We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Remember, on the audio app, the fresh show starts here at the top of the hour. You can always get us on the replays on YouTube, Facebook, and everywhere else. Thanks for being with us. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.